Hello, hello, and welcome to the State of Alignment, a synergetic forum for business and wellness presented by Black Women Hustle. I am LaShondria. I'm the founder of Black Women Hustle. Um, and today I am bringing some Black women to this space and this stage who are truly just dedicated to Black women. They serve Black women in the most beautiful ways. They've been a part of the Black Women Hustle community for years now, and I felt like there were some women who could truly speak to all the things that a lot of us are experiencing. And I wanted to create the space for us to really talk about those things, be it burnout, imposter syndrome, knowing how to find your joy, knowing how to pause as a practice, believing in yourself, knowing that you don't have to do too much in order to receive, that abundance is your birthright, all those things. So that's what this event is for. And I hope by the end of it, you realize that you deserve the finer things in life, but you also deserve to have rests while you obtain those things. You don't have to overwork yourself. You don't have to overcompensate. Um, this, I know there's a lot of pressure because 2024 just came in, and I feel like you probably seen hundreds of posts by now telling you, let's get this money, get up, get your lazy ass up. It don't have to be all of that. You can still get your money, get in your bag, and get your rest too, and live the life you actually deserve. Have a personal life on top of running your business, because there are a lot of narratives out there, but I feel like the best one that you can follow is the one that you create for yourself that aligns with who you are and where you're going. We do a lot. A lot of us probably got into business thinking, no, we wanted to do one thing, and next thing you do, you know, you're doing 50 million things that have absolutely nothing to do with the goals that you set for yourself, the place you actually want to be in life. And things change, your desires change, your community changes, the things you do in your business change, and you want to make sure that you're still doing what feels good to you. Working just because, or working just to get a dollar, or because of possibly the way you were raised, if you were raised with a scarcity mindset, or if you somehow developed it, all those things can play into how you actually choose to work, especially as an entrepreneur. But the weight that you carry, not only in your professional life, but sometimes in your personal life. Some of us are mothers or guardians or aunts, and we have a lot of responsibilities. And Black women choose to take on a lot of things that honestly shouldn't be on our plates. So I feel like, I don't like to use the word balance. I feel like is a stigma behind all of that. I really don't like to use that word, but I do want to create some alignment within us, not just for ourselves, but the communities that we are creating for ourselves. In 2024, I don't know what your goals are. I don't know what your vision boards look like, if that's your jam, but I truly hope that you decide to do something and make a plan for you that will actually feel good to you. That when you finish and you look at it, you say, this is what my life is going to look like, and I'm okay with this. Like, this is going to make me happy. This is going to keep me satisfied. And I don't have to sacrifice so much in order to get it. I can have two things can be true at the same time. My business is booming, or my professional life is going well, and I feel good about life. I'm still living, I'm still traveling, I'm still finding joy, doing all the things I love. So that is why we are here today, y'all. And that's just a little summary, but I want to get into our very first panel, which is Redefining Hustle Culture, Less is More. And this one is near and dear to my heart, because as I'm hosting this event, I am currently experiencing burnout. I just told them 2023 is over, but my 2023 burnout is not. It's exactly why you probably won't find anything from me on social media other than Black Women Hustle. So, and this is one of those panels I feel like it's one of those spaces that we really need to have right now, because there are a lot of people who finish this year and realize they are burned out. You've given a lot, you've given your all. And if you look back at any of the things you've accomplished over the past year, or things that didn't get accomplished, don't feel bad about what did or didn't happen. Look forward, keep moving, just keep going with what you need, because there's too much going on in this world for you to be stressed about the past. And I really want us to really evaluate what it looks like to take on this workload or this family life. And I wanted to present this panel with these phenomenal women, beautiful, beautiful Black women who are near and dear to my heart. So if you've attended a Black Women Hustle event before, you already know how I play. I do not introduce the women that are on my panels, because I think there's nothing like having Black women introduce themselves so they can tell you exactly who they are, what they want you to know, and you can hear about the brilliance that I get to see just about every day behind the scenes or just as friends and sisters. So I'll kick it off from the top. Alicia, I'll let you introduce yourself and we'll roll straight into Brooke.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm extremely excited to be here because this is right up my alley. My name is Alicia Haskett, and what I do is I create stall spaces for Black women to land. And I do that through a number of things. One is creating a space for other Black boudoir photographers to be able to showcase their talents, their education through workshops, retreats. And then on my business, Experience, I actually do this for Black women with boudoir, and I give them the space as we go out into the world and do retreats to just be in their sensual self, to embody what it looks like to say, my body, my mind, and my spirit are one, and also get sexy ass pictures at the same time. But it starts with allowing them to be in their body and saying, I am enough as I am. And I'm excited to have this chat. I'm done.
Lorraine, we rolling straight into you, girl. Oh no, we going straight across, straight and down.
Well, you said Brooke the first
No,
time.
I said straight through Brooke. Like we going all the way through. My bad, my bad.
No worries. And I actually prefer to be introduced, but I'll go ahead and do my own introduction. But greetings, everyone. I am Lorraine Funderburg. I am a proud mother of an 11-year-old, well, soon to be 11-year-old, and a son and a 6-year-old daughter. I am the founder of Funderburg Law. It's a boutique law firm that focuses on intellectual property, specifically copyrights and trademarks, and contracts and business. I am also the founder of a e-commerce platform, Lawyer Mommy. We provide free legal resources, DIY courses, contract templates, all those things to startup entrepreneurs. And my latest business, baby, which is the one that I hold near and dear to my heart, is Elevate Legally. And Elevate Legally is a holistic wellness business where I provide coaching services to lawyers and other high-level professionals to kind of help them what we're talking about today, right? To create harmony and balance in their businesses and lives. So yeah, I'm excited to be here. This topic is definitely one I can speak on a lot because it's something that that's how Elevate Legally was born, for one, because of the burnout I was experiencing running my law firm. And I'm just now getting back to legal work after like a year hiatus. So I took the break, took the time because I was definitely feeling the burnout to the maximum capacity, and had to figure out how to re-enter the workspace in a way that felt harmonious to me. So
good morning, y'all. I am Sierra. I am a licensed professional counselor. I'm a therapist, but you can call me your mental health homegirl because we can leave all the clinical stuff over there. And we're going to bring the vibes to therapy every time. But I focus on helping women navigate through life transitions such as motherhood, divorce, breakups, grief, whatever your life transition is. We kind of take it and put it in a chokehold, transform, and really get you together so that you can, live the life that you deserve. This is something, this whole idea and concept of the state of alignment is something that I live and breathe every single day with my clients. And it's really a beautiful thing when you can be honest with yourself and give yourself permission to heal and operate in that authentic space to be like, you know what? I can be a dope business owner, but I can be chill and operate in that, comfort zone as well. So I'm excited to be here and looking forward to kind of navigating this conversation together.
And peace, y'all. I'm Brooke, or everybody really calls me B, but I'm the founder of Amethyst Corner, which is a spiritual community. And I make spiritual products specifically for Black people. I feel like it's important as Black people that we understand the spiritual aspect of everything that we navigate on a day to day, especially with us being in so many different professions and we know how white supremacy be on our backs. So I really tie into allowing people to understand that connection between their spirit, our ancestral protection, and some of the history that comes from that. So it makes it more comfortable for everybody, but also so that we can stand up in our blackness unapologetically. So that's pretty much it.
I love it. Thank y'all. And thank y'all for being here because I know that all of y'all completely understand what it is like to experience hustle culture. With all the dopeness, all the beautiful things that y'all have said, I know I've seen it myself, but I also have seen and heard, the stories of how y'all worked yourself to the point of just being like, some got to give, or, I got to change or do something different. Even changing the course of what you do. And Lorraine, I feel like you are like the star child of doing that, to go from being a lawyer to just a complete like holistic lifestyle and platform community. I think it's beautiful. So the opening question that I have for all of y'all is, what led you to reevaluate hustle culture? Like, what was the moment where you realized hustle culture is actually getting the best of me and something has to be done? And what was the first step that you took in order to combat that? And feel free, like, jump in where you see fit.
Oh, I'll jump in. For me, it was in the midst of the pandemic, and I had to kind of shift my whole business because I wasn't allowed in schools, and I was really getting my footing into working with youth in schools, and so I had to shift. So I started making t-shirts, and I was hustling my ass off, y'all. I'm talking about day in, day out. You get an order, it's shipped the same day. Okay. And one day I woke up and my body, the left side of my body started to go numb. And I ended up going to the emergency room and I had a minor stroke. What? I'm in there. It was COVID, so I was by myself, and it was literally like one of the scariest things. And my kids having to see me leave because they couldn't come to me was like, okay. And he basically told me, your body is like basically giving up on you. Like, you have to stop stress and you have to slow down, you have to rest, and all of these things. And that moment was very life-changing for me because I realized if I don't do something, I'm not even going to be here to do what I'm trying to do for other people. And so I was able to really reevaluate trying to do so much without a strategy, but also without understanding and building in time for myself. And so I basically started putting myself on a real tight schedule. When it was time to turn off work, I turned off work. When it was time to like just give myself some time, I gave myself some time. And that was really the biggest thing for me, is just going through that situation in the hospital and having the opportunity to just say, okay, I have to make some changes or else I'm not going to be here to be able to do anything.
I would say pretty similar. I was in education, and I was literally getting up at 6, and then after 6 I would work and come home maybe around 5, take a brief intermission, and then get to work on 2 separate businesses. And so it was like a everyday repeat. And it was, I think, April, maybe 2 years ago, where the same thing, like my body, I was physically like, I can't do this anymore. My neck hurt, my chest hurt, like everything was hurting. And I'm like, I know I'm not eating enough. I know I'm not sleeping enough. I know I'm not getting enough physical activity. And I also have to deal with, administration who has no idea what's happening because COVID. So, and it was so many things happening, dealing with 80 families, and then also trying to work on businesses and doing everything I needed to do with that. And I took a trip to Las Vegas, and I just wrote a note to myself and was like, next year, this is where you are going to be. And it's okay to say, this is your last year in education. Like, it's okay to do that. Like, you don't have to take the time to say, I'm going to stay with my kids, because I had been with them from like 4th grade, and by this time they were in 6th grade, and I really wanted to stay with them, but physically I was exhausted. And I knew I was exhausted because I had booked a trip after spring break, and I had never done that before, but it didn't make sense. I was just like, oh, and I just told my principal, listen, I booked it. I don't know what you're going to do. I need you to do something because I'm going. And it didn't even dawn on me that I chose the wrong dates. So I was just like, I'm going. I know that's not supposed to happen, but I'm just letting you know that I'm leaving. So y'all gonna have to figure it out. Somebody gotta be in this classroom on this computer. And that's what happened. And I just left. And it was, for me, it was a moment of clarity of, you don't have to live like this. Like, you don't have to be forcing yourself to work 20 hours almost a day to get what you need, and you need help. Like, you need a team to do this, because this is way too much on one person. So that, for me, that was the moment I'm like, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I would say I'll be honest and transparent and said I've had to revisit and remind myself to undo hustle culture when I've gotten too comfortable and then gotten back into it, out of habit. And so I think early on in my early 20s, it was like I'm resting, living carefree, but I'll speak to my latest instance. I have my 8-month-old, so I've just had a baby. And, in August, I take me a full-time job. And then in addition to that, I'm running my online business with my products. And then I'm taking clients and doing readings. And then I'm at home being Molly the maid, and I already have, at this time, I have 3 total children. And so I'm like, it's fine. I'm used to doing multiple things. I'm getting up, I'm doing my affirmations in the morning. I'm good. And I go to the doctor. She like, no, baby, you stressed. This is why your breast milk is decreasing, because you're eating good, but you're stressing out. Your hair is thinning, and you need a moment to just rest. Just because you're functioning does not necessarily mean that your body is not internalizing it. And the way your blood pressure is, you could fall out. I'm surprised you didn't fall out before you got here. And so at that moment, it let me know that if I want to take a nap, I'm going to take a nap. You know what I mean? If I'm cooking full-fledged meals every day, that's fine. But if they just got to get a little, PB&J and some pasta and some Kraft macaroni one day, then that's perfectly fine too. And not having so much pressure on myself to operate at a higher capacity, so much so that I'm neglecting my needs and I can't fully be who I am in these other roles because I'm neglecting self. And so it was a reminder, and I had to unpack, when did I forget about how to redefine it, and then have grace for myself, because now I can like recalibrate and just say sometimes we get in cycles and shit. We just gotta, remind ourselves what to go back to, and have grace when we do get in those moments, because we can stay there longer than we need to.
Ashe. So definitely for me, definitely some similarities between some of the other ladies, but I think pre-pandemic actually was when I started to feel the weight of it all. And so it was a weird thing because it was like, business was great. My kids were healthy. I was generally in good spirits. I was traveling. It felt like everything was just perfect. From the outside looking in, things were great, but there was just like this feeling I couldn't shake of like something has got to give. And I remember feeling like ungrateful almost to a certain degree, because I'm like, you have all these things going for you and everything looks wonderful. You pretty much live the life that you want to live on your own terms and everything, but I was like, no, something is off. And I think I wasn't really feeling the stress because, like you, Brooke, I'm somebody who's always managed to multitask, do all of the things. And I think I started hearing from other people, really, because they're like, you doing a lot, you doing too much. And I'm like, maybe my too much is just too much for y'all. Like maybe you need to step it up and do a little bit more, So once I was like, I just need time to figure out what this is, so I wasn't sure what it was. So at the beginning of the pandemic, I had actually sent out an email to all of my clients. And I was like, I'm going on a trip to Jamaica for the first 3 months out of the year. I'm just gonna get my life in order. There was a book, Sacred Woman by Queen Afua, I was trying to read for like years, right? And so I was like, I'm gonna make it my mission to finally get through this book. And so, boom, then the pandemic hits, right? And so I was still like, okay, well, I'm going on this trip, doesn't even matter. And I caught COVID. I had tickets, I done paid for the trip, I paid for our accommodations for 3 months in Jamaica. And I'm taking the test to get on the plane the next day. And they're like, oh, you tested positive for COVID. I'm like, ain't no way. Because I'm like, we all feel fine. And so, the test that they gave us, the results, it was just a piece of paper and it highlighted positive, right? And so I was one of those people who was going to spread COVID, because I was like, oh, I'm about to just photocopy this and highlight negative, and I'm getting on a plane tomorrow and we're still going to Jamaica. And so I go to check us in the day before. I'm putting all our information in, and then I realized that my son's passport was expired. And so I'm like, fuck. So like, okay, there's no getting around that. Clearly, the universe wants me to stay here for whatever reason. And then I remember getting right back into the thing. So I put what I was feeling to the side, because now everybody's getting these what were the checks that everybody was getting, right? And so then everybody's starting their own business, and they're like, oh, now we need a lawyer. I'm trying to form my business. I need my trademark, blah, blah. So it was like, I was one of those people like, oh, I don't got to get the check because everybody's spending their checks with me, right? And so work was just coming through like crazy. And so I'm going through that hustle, and then I'm homeschooling my children and working more than I ever had, previously. And I was like, something has got to give at some point. I still hadn't given up the idea that I wanted to read the Sacred Woman book, but as I'm getting into it, I'm like, this is kind of a lie. It's like lifestyle changes. It's like, okay, you got to wake up at 4:00 in the morning. You're going to have to do these rituals and practices. And I'm like, this sounds like a lot on top of what it is I already have going on. And so I started asking some of my friends, like, hey, going into this book, Sacred Woman, you want to read it with me, and they're like, well, what's it about? What you got to do? And I'm telling them, and everybody's like, hell no, I'm not signing up, not trying to change my life today. And so I'm like, okay, fine. But then I came across a program, actually. So Queen of Food does a Sacred Woman Rites of Passage program, and where she pretty much walks you through the book. And so I was like, oh man, I didn't even know this was a thing. I go through the program. It was like 4 months intense, but it was like the built-in accountability that I needed. Other women, it was probably like 200 of us that were on that same journey at the same time. So I had lots of resources. I had lots of people to hold me accountable, people who were feeling the same and, having similar shared experiences that I was able to kind of like build community around. And it was through that I came to realize that, like, oh, you think you're not stressed. You think that all this stuff that you're doing is good, or like you're fine, but like, no, you are doing too much. And for what? At the end of the day, like, for what? When you think about your clients, and it's like, grateful to have them, of course, because, they pay the bills, right? But at the same time, there's that notion of, they think that they're your only client, and they try to make you fit into their lifestyle and their schedule. And it's like, oh no, that's not how it works. And I had to realize that, like, I was playing a big role in that. I'm responding to emails almost immediately. I'm responding to text messages at 3:00 in the morning, and it was like, oh no, I have to create these boundaries and bring people into my world, like my circle. Like, if, we're going to have this working relationship, I have some standard operating procedures in place, which don't include me being available to you any time of the day, And so it wasn't until I was able to really start putting in that structure and those boundaries, I was like, okay, now things are moving along a little bit smoother. And another thing I did was I raised my prices like astronomically, and that was a way to keep certain people away, because I found in my experience that, like, the ones who want to haggle you and pinch, penny pinch with you are the ones who are going to be on your head all the time. And I'm like, I don't get paid enough for this, So it was like, okay, let me go ahead and make it make sense. Like, I could file 10 trademarks as opposed to 50, and deal with 10 people and 10 personalities as opposed to 50. And it makes my life a lot easier, a lot simpler. And it was little things like that. And then definitely making time. Like, I don't respond to emails every day. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I got it. I might have even read it. But guess what? I'm going to leave you on red for like 3 days, because I need you to know that I'm just not going to be available to you when you need me to be. Like, I have to have that structure and all of those things in place. And so, yeah, that was how it started for me.
The funny thing, Latoya says she's still trying to read the book Sacred Woman. I don't believe that that's a book to read. I feel like it's a book to reference, like continuously, because trying to read, like, first of all, looking at the thickness of the book, I'm like, this is overwhelming. I'm already burned out, sis. Like, I can read this whole book.
When I
But
say I opened that book and then just closed it, like this is
I'm
another
telling you,
two
it is.
minutes,
level.
two
It is
minutes to flip through.
Yes, it is definitely because I use it like an encyclopedia now. Like
Yeah.
I'm kind of going through bits and pieces of it again, just when certain things come up. You know, I moved recently, so I'm like, okay, now let me get into the sacred space and balance things out as far as that's concerned. So I definitely feel you on that. But like, I wanted to read it through just because I bought the book probably 3 times over a 10-year period. And so, because I move a lot, so I would lose it, or something would come up, and I'd be like, "Gotta do it, gotta do it, gotta do it." And so it was like that was just a promise I made to myself at that year. Like, I am definitely going to read this book. But for any of you who want to do it, the rites of passage program is definitely the way I would go about it for sure.
Yeah. One of the things I feel like, and I love that everybody's in completely different fields on this stage. Like none of us do the same thing, but we run in similar circles and whatnot, and we all know what it feels like to be weighed down by all the work and, like Lorraine said, responding fast and whatnot. And sometimes it's a part of like good customer service, but again, it does, and it's sensible, from a psychology standpoint. It makes sense as why people feel like why are you not responding to me? Like you usually respond to me within like a few hours or the next day. So why is it taking you so long? But I think a big part of that is a part of breaking that cycle is asking for help. And a lot of Black women, my personal opinion and experience, don't necessarily know how to ask for help or to set that boundary with clients or their peers or management or supervisors. If you work in corporate, sometimes you do have to come to them and be like, you do know, like this actually isn't my responsibility, and I feel like there's always a way to go about it. So what have you all done to start asking for help, or what are some ways that you feel like women can start asking for help, be it in their personal or professional lives, to kind of ease the weight of what comes with all the responsibility?
I would say one of the first things is to look at what are the tasks that you do repeatedly that you can give to someone else. Like there are certain things that, like, I don't need to send emails. I don't need to do a newsletter. I can give an outline of what it is. I can give you the template. And then for instance, with my VA, we have a shared doc, and that shared doc has the months. And then I'm like, this is for January, February, March. This is my wellness Wednesday. Here's all information. You can get it here. Here are my logins. Have at it. And we have a meeting every 2 weeks. And it is just like, here's the stuff that I need for you to do. And these are the things that I can do myself. Like there are some things that I have to do, but the majority of the stuff she does for me, because I'm just like, I don't feel like it. Like I just don't. And so if it's something that I know that I can pay someone else for and I can get that time back, then I'm going to give it to that person. That for me was a big thing that I did. It's almost been a year now.
Yeah, I would have to say I agree with that for sure. The one caveat I would say to asking for help is finding good help, right? And so that is very hard to find, because when I realized things were getting to be too much for me, I was like, okay, delegate, delegate, delegate. And so I went through a lot of different people, like when it came to like marketing, until I found LaShawn, you know what I mean? I was like, oh my gosh, she was heaven sent, because I'm like, this is somebody who can speak my voice. Nobody ever knew that I wasn't the one making those posts. Be like, oh, I just saw you post on Instagram. No, you didn't. You didn't see me. Like you saw LaShawn on my Instagram. But even in like the email correspondence or doing my website and things like that, because I am very, like, as an attorney, I'm not like, the straight and narrow, like Steffi attorney. I cuss, I use like regular language. I'm like you, Sierra, we gonna be homies, like, and I speak that way like in everything and everywhere. So it shows in my marketing, so it was like I couldn't just have anybody do my marketing. And I noticed that when I would have other people do it, because they're like, oh, she's a lawyer, and so this is how we're going to talk to our clients. And I'm like, but that's not how I talk to my clients or my potential clients or anything like that. So definitely like finding good help and sticking with them and paying them what they're worth at that point. Because it's like, if you found somebody who can actually do what they do and do it well, don't be like some of those other clients that be coming to you, and penny pinching and doing all of that. So I definitely think asking for help is a thing that, we feel, I don't know, semi self-conscious about, because I know for me, one of the reasons I used to not ask for help is because it seemed like a sign of weakness. You know what I mean? This is me letting somebody else know that like I'm vulnerable in some area. And it's like, we want to wear these masks a lot of the time to be like, oh, strong, powerful, I can do all of the things. And it's like, no, you can do a lot of the things, but all of them sounds pretty ridiculous. So that's all I have to say about that.
I was gonna say too, really kind of reiterating what you ladies were saying, which sounds like more so discernment in the help that's being received is so pivotal and so imperative. Um, why is the help coming to me? I know one thing that I had to kind of navigate is like my lack of trust because of like friendships, different dynamics, and things of that. And like opportunists and people see certain things, they want to help. It seems like they want to help, but really they want more from you than you're even asking from them. And just for me personally, the help that I needed was kind of outside of the framework of actually like tasks for like my business or anything. Because it's like, sis is a mama, sis needs some rest, sis needs some naps, sis needs to talk to a therapist. So let me use a resource to go see what professionals in therapy can talk to me as I navigate motherhood. Um, Let me not be afraid to call my mama-in-law and see if she can get a little nugget just, for the day, because it's just a lot on me and I just want to exist outside of doing anything. And so I feel like I was learning how to ask for help for self-care and not shaming myself for feeling like I needed that, because just as a Black woman, I feel like we've been conditioned to, we have to work twice as hard. Um, you know, mama's baby, daddy's maybe, what I mean? And all these different things that have been inside of our psyche that we feel like we don't deserve support in those roles. You know what I mean? Or, something people say, Black mamas, didn't nobody tell you to have the babies, right? But I feel like, and I believe in a village, and I feel like feeling, confident in whatever village is navigated so that I can have those moments of rest to recharge and be everything I need to be in all these other roles. Because if I ain't got it, I ain't got it.
So I struggle with asking for help. Okay. Still. Okay. But one of the reasons why I think that's the case is because I was raised by a single mom who I never saw ask for help. I mean, my mama literally made it look so easy to balance her life, her kids, working multiple jobs, having side businesses, going through divorce, like dealing with not getting child support. And we literally had a conversation when I was 30 and I was like, how did you do that? And that dialogue in itself gave me permission to be like, okay, if I need help with my kids, I need to ask my parents to help me. If I am not okay, I need to be able to tell somebody that I'm not okay and not feel so guilty about it, because similar to what y'all were saying, like you got to trust the person. You got to make sure that you're able to not feel weak and all of that. And just for me, there's a lot of things I know I can do myself. I know I'm capable to do a lot of things, but do I need to be doing those things? Can I operate in the space of my strengths and what I'm really good and passionate about, and then allow somebody else to take on those other things? But for me, asking for help is very hard, still very hard. However, I'm learning that it's okay to ask for help in the things that I'm not the best in, even though I have the ability to do it.
I was just going to veg you back off of that because you said something very funny to me or important. Because the other thing is, I think one of the things that I would do is sometimes I would be paying for help and still doing the job of what I'm actually paying the person to do. And it would be because I was like a control freak. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't do it the way I would do it, you know? And it was like, really, I had to get to that point of learning that, you know, we're all different. People do things in different ways. And your way is not always, you know, superior or the best way. And since you're already paying them, go ahead and let them do what they do. So that was a very important lesson for me to learn as well.
Oh, that control word though.
I'm triggered.
Okay. That control word is so important because we don't understand how much we want control. We want to control the outcome. We want to control how things happen, when they happen, how all of that. And it's like, okay, well, if you want to be in control all the time, you're always going to be stressed. You're always going to be tired. You're always going to feel burnout. You're always going to feel that because you're not even creating space for yourself to lose that control, which creates space for you to rest or do those other things. So that control. When my therapist told me, she was like, Sierra, you're controlling. I said, me? No, ma'am. That was definitely an enlightening moment in therapy.
At least a therapist had to tell you. I don't need a therapist to tell me. I'm very aware. This is where my self-awareness kicks in. I know I'm extremely controlling, but I know I find it hard to find people who do things the way I would do them, and letting go of that control is extremely uncomfortable, especially, and this is the con to doing things on your own for so long. You get so used to your own point of view, like your own perspective, your way of doing things, that when somebody else comes in and they're just like, let's try this, or you should do it this way, it's just like, I got it. Like, you know, but it's like, no, you don't. You're supposed to be passing this off. Like, you're supposed to be giving this to somebody else because it's too much for you to handle on your own. Obviously, that's why you have this help coming in. But I clearly see from the comments, control is whipping a lot of people.
I think that it comes with, as I process my space and what I'm doing with my life, it comes from a sense of not trusting yourself, because as Black women, we understand that there is a certain dynamic in how we show up for others and how we show up for ourselves, especially if you've had the trauma, and we know trauma is generational, and you haven't done the work, or your family hasn't done that work. So if you're a firstborn daughter, we all know that is a level of, especially if you're a firstborn daughter in anywhere in the African diaspora, let me just say that, like, you have things that you are supposed to do because you are the firstborn. And if there are multiple children after you, then you damn sure know that you have a lot of shit you have to do because you were the firstborn daughter. I'm not, so I don't have them things. Okay. But everybody comes to me because I'm always fixing shit. But within that space, I think that it does come from a level of control, of trust. Like, do I trust that I have hired this person to do this job? And can I trust that they understand the way that I am explaining this to them, that it's explained in a way where they know exactly what I want them to do and they can do it? And then it's like, did I do enough to get them where they need to go so I don't have to come back and do it? So my thing now is, if I pay you to do something and it's not right, I'm just going to explain to you, like, this is what I wanted, or I write it down. I think Sabrina said, she has so many thoughts in her mind and she's trying to figure out like what it is. I always do a brain dump. So in the morning, I'm just writing, because my mind never turns off. So I'm just writing everything down. And then from there, it allows me to get clarity for the rest of the day. So anytime I feel like I'm overwhelmed with thoughts, anytime I'm overwhelmed with just lists in my mind, I just write everything down. And then I'm like, these are the things I need. These are the things I want. And these are the things I can control. And from there, I'm able to say, okay, I need you to do this for me. I'm trusting you to do this because I trust that I paid you this money and I know that you're not cheap. So if you are the expert on this, then I'm going to give you that space to do this work. I could fire you at any time, but I know that I'm trusting myself to know I did a good job in hiring you. So I'm going to lean into that. And I trust that. I think that's a big thing, is trusting ourselves over and over again and getting used to that trust factor.
Ashay, I was going to say too, with that trust, I think one of the ways that I was able to start to build that trust was uh gaining a little bit of knowledge and background in the different aspects of my business that I would have to delegate to other people. So it was like, oh, now I can speak their language and I know what to ask of them. I know how to ask it of them and all of those things. So that was another piece for me that made it. I'm like, I even took a marketing class. I'm like, I still don't know all the stuff that LaShawn knows, but it's like, oh, we can have this conversation. I can understand even when you're coming back to me with some of these things. So it makes everything a lot more fluid and for things to get done the way that they need to be done.
There was something Alicia had just said, but it makes me curious. Oh, she said writing things down. And she mentioned last night, she mentioned the book that Sabrina just put in the comments, like The Artist's Way. And I want to know, what are some of the tools or resources or systems that you've created for yourself? Because we know, like in business, there's automation, like and platforms and software that you can use that can help you streamline operations. But what are some of the things that you've developed on your own, or some of the practices that you've implemented yourself, be it through writing or journaling, or in some cases therapy? You know, what are some of the things that you've implemented in your own personal life? And women, feel free to share in the comments as well some of the things that you're doing that are helping you drop the hustle culture cycle and delegate. Shout out to Bernadette. She said the word help can be uncomfortable, so delegate. So what are some of the things that you are doing to be more intentional about life and how you organize and delegate?
Ooh, me. Can I go first? So for me, you know what I started doing was waking up earlier, right? So I wake up probably like 2 hours before my day has to get started, before I have to get the kids ready, before I have to start doing, work or any of those things, because I realized that like once the rest of the world wakes up, like a lot of times it seemed like my day just didn't belong to me. So fitting in that time for myself to do my self-care, to, meditate, journal, read, sip on some tea, like all of those things probably wouldn't get done if I didn't spend that time in the morning to do them. And so it was like I started to implement like, oh, no matter what, I've got 2 hours of self-care designated in my day. And it definitely helped to make things move a lot smoother. I definitely didn't feel as stressed. I felt like I was able to give more to my clients, to my children and other people, because I took that time to give to myself before, the day got started. So that's huge for me.
I also did that waking up early. I don't get up 2 hours earlier, but I get up earlier. And one of the things that has helped me is making sure that I do my hair and makeup regularly. Like, because that time, like there's an art in doing makeup. There's an art in doing your hair. It's not just a thing for you to just look good. Like, it's a process. And so I fell in love with the process of doing my makeup and doing my hair. Everybody's always like, well, you can pay somebody else to do it. Well, actually, no, I can't. I'm going to do it myself, because I know that it's when I get done, it makes me feel good about myself. It makes me feel proud about what I've accomplished. And then when I'm complimented, that adds that reassurance to what I've done throughout the day. And I also use checklists. So I didn't know until last year that I have ADHD, and mind blowing, but creating a checklist and then prioritizing what I have to do and then literally checking that box off helps me stay on top of the things that I have to get done, but also lets me know the progress that I do. So that I'm doing, which gives me, again, that sense of accomplishment throughout the day or throughout my week, because now it's not like I have these laundry list of things to do all the time, because I'm actually watching things be accomplished.
I was gonna say, for me, I pray. Prayer at the top of the day set the tone. It set the tone. Like whatever's gonna happen, let me pray. Of course, with my spiritual beliefs, like I pour out some libations for my ancestors, and then I can just sit in meditation for me. Which meditation for me is not silence because it'd be too quiet. I don't know what's going on. but listen to a little Anita Baker, Luther Vandross, maybe like a gospel song or whatever that reminds me of comforting times when those that are no longer here were here, and just see what kind of comes to me in that moment. And I'll either journal or I'll either like kind of just speak some thoughts, and then I'll start my day. And what I realized is that when I kind of let down that guard of just jumping into the task, then I allow myself to flow and then accept what I can control. And I am also Sierra like a to-do list checklist type of person. So now it's like I'm not beating myself up over what I haven't accomplished on my checklist, because I'll be like, I'll do a checklist to flow, and then be in there looking and peeking like, all right, I didn't do that. So it's like just focusing and flowing at the top of the day allows me to be like, okay, well, look at what I have been able to accomplish. And so remapping like my brain, so to speak, to celebrate what I've been able to do has allowed me to be at peace to what, wasn't taken care of. And I think that starting with prayer as the intention to ground my thoughts, allow me to flow, thank you for me even having breath. Thank you for allowing me to have time to do this, because I come from Black women that couldn't even take a moment to breathe or anything. Most of the time they praying before they got to curse you out because it's too much going on. So it's like being in gratitude for what I'm able to accomplish and having grace again. Like that's a word I'm gonna keep saying because it's so like just hard for us to have for ourselves. Like just having grace for what I haven't been able to do allows me to be content with whatever takes place in that day. Like sure, it's all good.
I was gonna say I feel the same. I journal. I have a lot of journals. I have like at least 3 right now on my bed, maybe 4. So I do a gratitude, not gratitude. I call it a joy journal. So I write down the things that have happened the previous day. So I'm always aware of just saying I keep coming with these good things. This is what I want over and over again. Definitely do free writing in the morning. And then for me, it's music. Like music is a big thing for me in the morning. So I cycle through certain artists, but it's usually just music in the morning. And then when I get in the car, like I feel like I'm a big talker to myself. I don't know how people just don't have that voice in their head, because I'd be having full on conversations and then be like, you know what, that's right. I shouldn't have did that. Yep, you're right. But never in a way where I'm downing myself, but it's always like that voice that's like, I don't even know why you thought that would work. You like, yep, never again. And so, and then also like checking in with my calling my sisters, just seeing how they are, what's going on. Audio. I don't call people, I just do audio. I'm just like, what's going on? How you doing? Whatever. That way, if I'm busy or they're busy, they don't have to feel like they have to stop and speak to me, but they can check in with the audio and we can keep doing stuff and still having conversations. And my sisters, we check in with each other every day. And that allows me to be centered and be like, okay, this is for me. If I'm feeling overwhelmed, if I'm feeling like shit is about to hit the fan, I'm just always checking in with myself, checking in with my body for sure.
I love that everybody's is still different. Like none of our practices are this. It's like we align, but none of our practices are exactly the same. And I'm still working on my systems. 2024 is like that's one of the few goals. I'm not huge on like big goals, and I'm learning. A friend Markeisha put me onto the 12-week year. I think that's the name of the book. I haven't started it yet, but she's been sending me like little passages from it, and I was just like, "Child, 3 screenshots, and you already read me for filth." But whatever. But breaking those goals down has been one thing, but also I'm a cleaner. Like, and I did a deep clean on all days, Christmas morning. And one of the books I read before, I think it was We Should All Be Millionaires, where she was talking about your environment and how your environment plays a role in your productivity. And my productivity, to me, productivity isn't always going to be I'm getting work done. Productivity sometimes is the house clean? Is the child okay? Like, like what do you feel okay? Have you physically taken care of yourself? Have you been outside yet? Do you have some vitamin D? Like, this is all productivity to me. And I feel like some of those things are what I'm now just being really conscious about and intentional about in terms of, creating my own system and what it looks like for me. Because I'm like, if personally, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, if all those things are good with me, then I know I can handle my business. Like I can get things done. I won't feel so bad about the hustle culture piece or asking for help, which is not a good thing because I still need it. But I feel like it does give me the little balance I need to feel better about how I'm approaching life and business. But if y'all have any questions, we have about 10 minutes left for this panel. If y'all have any specific questions for this panel, drop them in the chat. I would love to know because I feel like these ladies offer, bless you, Brooke, I saw it. I really feel like I don't know, just the lifestyles that y'all live, Alicia, Lorraine, Sierra, Brooke, and to be able to have a relationship with y'all personally, I kind of know just how deep y'all can go in terms of this conversation. I feel like this is the surface of how far it goes because this event alone and this specific panel came about while talking to Lorraine because we'll get on the phone and talk about one thing and next thing you know, we over here ranting about how life is just chaotic at times because of how much we are taking on. But I do want to ask, what's one takeaway you feel like, Black women, I need you to do this for yourself this year to get yourself out of the cycle of hustle culture? If there could be one thing, and I know typically people send like questions in advance and stuff like that, so it might take y'all a minute to like come up with an answer. I'm like, nah, this is a question I really wanted to ask y'all, just to know what you personally think as Alicia, this boudoir bomb ass photographer, educator, Lorraine, this super dope, best business and entertainment lawyer there is, Sierra as the mental health homegirl therapist, Brooke as one of the most beautiful, enlightened, spiritual beings I know, the only person I ever trust with my readings. What is one takeaway that you would give Black women and tell them, please do this, and at least if not in 2024, at some point in your life to ease the burdens of hustle culture?
I think, oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, dismantling people pleasing. I think people pleasing has a chokehold on Black women in the community, and I think we repackage it and find different names of it. But at the end of the day, it's people pleasing. Staying in relationships where you already seeing that the return on investment is not it, whether it's an intimate relationship, whether it's a family dynamic because y'all grew up together, or whether it's a friendship because y'all were cool in middle school to high school and it's no longer serving you. Dismantling and starting 2024, like, y'all got to get the fuck out, because I have to maintain my peace, and I have to maintain my divinity, and I have to understand that anything that's working for me is not going to operate or work against me. And with that, no weapon shall form, and y'all looking like weapons around here, so y'all got to go. That's about it for me.
I love that. Honestly, I would say get off social media or at least limit your time on there, because I think social media is like a huge contributor to all the pressure of people feeling like they need to be working constantly, because people are definitely only showing their success images, right? And so you think that you're seeing all these just snapshots of people's life, like the best reels of their life, and then you have this idea of like, oh, they're doing all of these things, their life is wonderful, they're getting to the bag, blah blah blah, and you start to feel some type of way about yourself. And I think, I know for me, I thought I was one of those people who were semi unaffected by it, but I had taken a digital detox for a while and then got back on social media. And like, as soon as I did, I was just like, oh, like, it was like a sense of like, oh, maybe I've been missing out, or maybe I'm getting left behind, and all of these things. And so I was like, okay, I'm getting back off of it again. So I know social media is big for your business. So even if you are going on it, like if you can limit your activity, or really just have an understanding that this is all curated, this is filtered. This is not real. Think of it as entertainment, like you're watching a movie or something on Netflix, and don't allow it to, like, don't internalize it and compare yourself to other people's journeys or what they're saying are their journeys. So that's a big one for me.
That's good. I took November off of social media and it was everything. Oh, it was everything. And like you, I came back and was like, this is a mess. But one thing I would say is give yourself permission to be you. A lot of times with social media and even like having spaces, you're trying to aspire to be or be in positions like everybody else. And it's like, no, just own where you are and who you are and what you have to offer. That was huge for me because I am not a regular therapist. Like, I'm not with the clinical stuff. I cuss. I'm going to wear my sneakers. I'm not showing up in business casual. Like, you gonna catch me in some leggings, a t-shirt, maybe a blazer, maybe not. My hoops, it's always going to be like that. And being able to stand in that and own that has shifted how I show up. I'm more confident to show up in spaces. I know what I have to offer, and nobody can intimidate me or tell me that I need to show up to be like everybody else. And so just give yourself permission just to be you.
And I put myself back on mute. My bad. Feel like I'm on a Zoom. We've been on Zoom for like 3 years. I should know this by now. I think the biggest thing that I think Black women need to do, and some people might say, girl, bye, but is to be a damsel in distress. Like, I am at that point where I'm just like, I need help. Like, I need help. I'm gonna fall down. If you cry, I'm crying too. Because we know how that goes in the world. Like, when we see people, especially when I think about like my white counterparts, and I think about how they navigate life as I need help, I'm just going to just weep. And I'm like, I'm a weep too. If you weeping, I'm weeping, we're weeping together. And I feel like that's something that when we get into those spaces and we feel like we have to shutter our emotions, which I get, especially in corporate America, because they will try you. But I've told people, if you start crying, one, they're going to be confused. They don't know what to do because they're like, I've never seen this happen before. Like, what is this? And then they'll be forced to deal with all of your emotions. So I think that's one thing that we sometimes will not take into consideration, is that we are full human beings. And so we have a wide range of emotions. And we need to be able to get from anger to all of our emotions. Because if we take the time and we say, you know what, I'm going to feel sadness, I'm going to feel anger, I'm going to feel all these things that come up, joy, happiness, that allows you to, one, let go of that stress. Just cry. I think that's one thing that we try to keep everything inside, because we do have a lot to do, especially if you're a single parent, especially if you're trying to run a business, especially if you're working and you're trying to do all these things at once. And we have so many emotions built up that when we explode, it's everybody's like, oh, well, why didn't you say nothing? I didn't realize that you felt that way. And it's like, but if you continuously just say, I'm taking this time for myself, my boundaries are for me, which I know we spoke about. Boundaries are for me. My rules or standards are for you, but my boundaries are for me. And to be like, this is it. Like, I'm a cry, and you're going to have to be okay with that, because it's okay with me to cry. And that's another thing that we don't do. We don't allow ourselves to fully feel our emotions because they are deemed inappropriate at all times for Black women. But I'm going to be a damsel in distress and I'm going to cry. That's just what I do. I don't care. You crying, we crying together.
Look, I love it. I really do. I'll say this: say no more. And personally, for me, because of my upbringing, no had been a complete sentence since I was a child, although it always seemed like it was being combative or disrespectful. I learned early, and I'm glad I did, because as an adult, I don't have to go through like trying to explain to people why I'm telling them no. I say no, and I hang up the phone. I finish the email. I send the text. Period. So say no more, Black women. Take at least one day. And I say at least one day because I don't want one day to just be the standard. And if you can't just take a day, find moments throughout the day to actually rest and give time to yourself and to pour into yourself, because we spend a lot of time, um, just moving, doing a lot, and it's just like if the day becomes a system. And personally, when the days feel like a system, like, okay, I'm waking up, I'm getting dressed, I'm taking the kid to school, I'm doing work, I'm getting off, I'm picking him up, I'm cooking dinner, we're getting ready for bed. Like, and when it starts to feel like a cycle, like when did you stop and take a moment for you? I feel like you have to find moments and create the space. I don't want to say find, you have to create the space to give yourself your personal time, your me time. And social media, they mentioned that, and I'm like, everybody knows how I used to be on social media and how I am now on social media. You can barely find me on there. I post what I want, I get on, I get off. And I probably haven't seen a lot of the things that a lot of people are posting because I have no interest, because I realized that, I think Latoya mentioned it early, like, they crave our attention. That's why they have all these different changes every single week. They want you to stay on. They want you to be like, oh, my engagement's down, let me post, like, let me come in and try to make this $2,000 or $35,000 that they just dangled in my face, which I know I'm never going to hit. Get back to using social media in a way that actually feels good to you. Post the fun stuff. Like Latoya said, she unfollowed a lot of people. On my business page, I unfollow anybody who wasn't about business. On my personal page, I don't necessarily want to engage with the businesses unless it's something that's in alignment with where I feel like I'm going. That's my approach. It doesn't have to be your approach, but reconfiguring what your social media looks like is important, because especially if you're on Instagram, where everything's so visual, because it can trigger you and make you feel like you may not be doing enough when you start to see your competition and people like doing all of these big things. But I think you also have to remember your goals when you start to see things like that. If you made a plan, if you said, this is what I want to do, this is where I feel like I'm going in life, you need to stick to that. So when you start seeing other people's stuff, that's good for you. I'm going to clap and I'm going to cheer you on, because that's not what I want anyway. That may be ego creeping in and telling you like, oh, you could have this. Like, I don't know if y'all listen to Pimp a Butterfly, but that's Lucy. Okay. Like, coming to tell you like, you need this. Like, oh, you see they over here on all of these panels and all of these platforms. That could be you too. They got featured on this magazine, or that could be you too. Or they got this brand deal, that could be you too. It could be. But if it's not what you want, then what you tripping for? Like, stay mindful of the goals that you set for yourself and the things you want, and trust that they will come in due time. The last thing you need to do is doubt yourself. I don't want anybody to doubt themselves. If there's my biggest ask for 2024 is for you to stop doubting that good things are possible for you, that beautiful things can happen. I remember you was conflicted. Yes, Latoya. Stop doubting that beautiful things can happen to you, and stop doubting that major things can happen to you, because you just never know. And I 2020, for the end of 2023 was a personal testimony. I might have ended burned out, but I ended with a beautiful offer on the table that I never saw coming. Like, things I was wondering, like, how did they get this? Like, how does this happen? I wasn't feeling like jealous or anything. It was just like, I'm curious, like, how are they making these? I told Alicia that. I was like, I was wondering like how people make these things happen. And it came to me in a time I wasn't expecting it. I'm over here burnt out trying I'm barely making it through, but here it is. So stop doubting yourself. Yeah, I'm like, that's all I got, y'all. I really do want Black women to take better care of themselves, and stop taking on this hustle culture. And it's funny because the platform is called Black Women Hustle, but everybody's hustle looks different. And I was intentional about that name. And your hustle could be that you're just a balanced woman. Like, I'm good at keeping everything in a steady flow. Your hustle could be you are the type who really gets off on getting things done. That's in your nature. If it's in your nature, flow with it, go with it, and stick with it. But don't go against the grain. Don't go against what does not feel good to your mind, your body, your soul. Anything that might feel unethical for your business, anything that might feel like it's out of alignment with your business. I want you to come into alignment with what you truly desire with your heart, mind, and soul. But that's a wrap, y'all, for the hustle culture. Redefining hustle culture. I want to thank each and every one of the panelists because y'all are like just phenomenal, beautiful women. I truly, truly, truly appreciate y'all. And if y'all didn't see for the panelists, if y'all didn't see the question Alicia Carroll had asked, I want y'all to go in the chat and chime in. But we are going to move into the next session, which is hardships of healing, striving for success after grief and trauma, with Sierra, Brittany, I'm missing Kiera. But thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. I'm about to go ahead and make this transition. And Sierra, I'm going to let you take it. Thank y'all.
Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Hey, hey.
Hi.
Hey, y'all.
Hello.
How are y'all doing this? Are we still in the morning? We're still in the morning. So I'm excited about this. And I've already been on, so y'all know who I am, and I'm gonna let Kiera and Brittany introduce themselves, and we're gonna go ahead and get started, y'all.
Yes. Well, hello, everybody. My name is Kiera Foster. I am a licensed professional counselor, and I am so excited to be here. I founded the Soweto Files, which is a global healing hub, because I believe that healing it needs to happen in community. We are all sisters on a healing journey, and that is where the Soweto Files came about. Is just exploring the different areas and exploring how we heal in the different versions of ourselves. So I'm super excited to be in this space with you today.
Yes.
And hello, everybody. I am Brittany. I am the proud founder of Soul of Soul and Soulpreneur Consulting. Both are beautiful, healing, safe spaces for Black female entrepreneurs who are really looking for a different approach to leading and living in their lives and running their businesses. And so we take the holistic approach of being in what I call the soulpreneur world, which is like our jobs and our professions are not just something we do. It is very much an integrated part of where we've been, where we are, and where we ultimately want to continue to grow. And so we have this beautiful community of book club and other amazing retreats and spaces for communal healing and joy and safety. But also we get to the business side where we are slowing down, like the opposite of that hustle culture. I know it's the spirit of today, and really like looking inward to tell our story, to heal through that and share our business, our brands with the world. Thank you all.
Awesome. Well, I'm so excited to share the space with y'all, and the people that have been on have been giving great feedback. So make sure y'all engage with us, ask questions, chime in. I want to set the tone with grief and trauma can be very sensitive. Okay. So I need you to first understand that this is a space that you can feel safe to be vulnerable, safe to be open. If you need to cry, whatever you need to do, give yourself permission to do that. I might cry, they might cry, I don't know what could happen in the space, but I need to set the tone because a lot of times as Black women, we don't give ourselves that permission to be vulnerable. And that's a challenge in itself. But when you're talking about grief and when you're talking about trauma and healing, it's important for you to know that it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to show your emotions and be vulnerable. So I got to put that out there. Got to put that out there so that y'all understand that. So I want to start off by defining grief. So we'll start with grief. A lot of times people think that grief is only in the form of a physical death. Okay. But grief doesn't have to be that. So for you ladies, just explain from your perspective what you have encountered yourself or with your clients as it relates to how you define grief.
Absolutely. I think I can jump in on that. I think that grief, like you said, it's not just a physical experience. It's also grieving emotional or different versions of ourselves. And I think for me, before I shifted into private practice, I came from a world of academia. My family's in academia, like that is just the norm. And when I decided to shift out of that, I actually began to grieve kind of that version of myself. I had grown into being in academia, having this extreme structure. This is what life looks like. And then when I shifted into full entrepreneurship, I felt so lost. Like, I'm like, what in the world am I doing? Can I do it? And it was just this grief of the comfortability of being in this past role and allowing that to become a part of my identity. And then now having to understand that I'm allowed to change. I'm allowed to grow. I'm allowed to allow different versions of myself to come into existence. And that grieving process was very emotional for me. It took a while before I kind of felt settled in this new version of myself to be able to continue with my journey with entrepreneurship.
Well, I will say grief and I felt like we were best friends in 2023. It was a lot. And I remember somebody sharing with me that my grief was an act of love for what was lost. And that really hit home with me. And when I think about, and Kiara, you said it beautifully, it's not just the loss of something physical or a person. It is also the loss of a space, of a memory in time, of a transition, right? Losing a job, having to restart or leave a business and start a new one. Grief comes in so many shapes, forms, and spaces. And so how I have experienced grief personally this year and how I have supported a lot of my clients through grief, right? Not in like the therapy space way, but navigating grief through their business and involvement of self has been accepting that there is a part of love. There is a part of that we are giving to what once was. And how do we come to terms with that? How do we find comfort in that transition and ultimately allow that to evolve us into a place of healing, into a place of transformation, to continue to be our authentic present selves as we move through the world?
Yes, I love that, because grief sometimes people don't understand how it just changes the dynamic of who you are in as a whole, not just for the moment or for the period of time that you're navigating grief, but as a whole. When we talk about a physical death, one of my friends lost her mom last year, and I told her, I said, you're not only going to have to grieve her physicalness, but you're also going to have to grieve the life that you lived. Yeah. But also the life that you're also going to live now without her. We get so like that comfortableness that Kiera was talking about. We get caught up in what we think is going to be our norm day in and day out. And then when it changes, adjusting becomes very overwhelming and can impact you not just as an individual, but also how you show up in your business as well. And so I think that it's important to understand that, because the preface of healing and being able to be successful in navigating grief and navigating trauma has to come with you being honest with yourself of how that impacts you. And so, Kiera, when you were talking about kind of facing that reality of what you thought life was going to be, being your norm, what were some steps that you took in being able to move forward and operating in your entrepreneurship space after dealing with that grief?
A part of the thing that the version of myself that I had to grieve was this perfectionist nature. I think it comes from being in the world of academia, but also just from growing up. I come from a lot of bulldog women that are like top dogs. They are doing what they do, and they kind of embody this, what I perceive as perfection. And so I think what I had to realize is that it's okay to make mistakes and it's okay to not know. And I think that what I was grieving in some ways was like my intelligence. I'm thinking like, this is a whole nother side of life that, I don't know, like starting my social media, my website, like these are things that I didn't have to do before. And now I have to figure this out. So I'm feeling a little incompetent. So checking in with myself to say, why do you feel that way? Because it's okay to not know. There's growth in not knowing. It's okay to be in that space and to sit in that vulnerability. And I think for me, it was just allowing myself to be uncomfortable. And, of course, I'm grieving a routine that I used to have, but now I can relax in the joy if I can create another routine of learning new things and challenging myself. So I think that was really important for me. It's just accepting that it's okay to not know. And you don't have to be perfect. And that's actually something I should allow myself to grieve. It's this idea of perfectionism, because it would not get you anywhere. It would just give you a lot of self-sacrifice and burnout, just trying to be perfect.
Yeah, the idea of perfectionism, I think, hits us as Black women all the
Yes.
time. Brittany, can you speak to the idea of perfectionism and how you feel or you've seen within your personal or professional experience that impacts your clients or you as it relates to healing and being successful in business?
Yeah, listen, I had to give myself a like, whew, woosah moment because perfectionism was something that I felt like since a child, I have didn't realize obviously that that's what it was, but it creates ultimately, in my thought, a hustle culture, right? You always have to be on point. You always have to be your best in what other people call your best self, right? And it doesn't allow you the space to actually just be vulnerable. And so I held a lot in. I wouldn't ask for help because I felt like I had to carry it. As a principal, coaching school leaders, which was my former profession, right? I couldn't ask for help. I couldn't step outside to take a break because I had kids in the building and I felt like all chaos was going to erupt. So it doesn't allow you to really to be present and think about what you need, allow you to get in tune with your body, mind, your soul, spirit. And so a lot of the work, again, that I do with folks that I've had to do myself, and I don't do anything with folks that I haven't done myself, is to slow down and to actually be still. If there's something that's causing me to be anxious, that's causing me to feel like it has to be a certain way or be perfect, right? I have to think about where that's resonating within my body, doing some breath work, doing journaling to really think about, right? Healing is the looking back and thinking about certain traumas, triggers, moments, habits, beliefs that have carried with you into this day. And so it's really slowing down to tap into that so that we ultimately get to show up in our business and our personal lives, all the spaces, with authenticity and with love and care. And I feel like that's what makes a strong us. It's what makes a strong brand, is when you are able to constantly heal, to be aware, and to also show that with the world that that's okay. We're always multiple versions. We're evolving constantly, right? We'll never be the same now as we are at the end of 2024. And so how do we allow ourselves in the breaking and in the building to just be human and just to allow that to flow?
I really like that you said that because it makes me think of the work that I do with my clients as well. Is that as a therapist, I think sometimes there is this stigma going into the room where there's this person that has it all together and I'm going to them to help them, they're going to help me because they have it all together. And one of the things that I always emphasize is that I'm human first and I'm a therapist second. So a lot of times I want to be in that healing space with you because I've been through probably some of that. I felt that when you say, I'll tell my clients all the time, they'll say something like, oh, you're preaching to me actually, because not only did I need to hear that, we're going to sit in this together because this is what's coming up for me. And I think that allowing yourself to be human like that, I'm going to sit with that again today. But I think that that's really, really a beautiful process. It's just be human and allowing yourself to have different experiences, be uncomfortable, be vulnerable. And I think it's a really good thing because I like to put that into my practice because we need more people to come into therapy. And I don't want them to come in thinking that they have this polished person and their life so perfect and they're going to tell me how to, give me the book on how to do that. And I think that it's really good that we're continuing to break those stigmas and having these type of conversations.
Y'all preaching to the choir. Okay. Okay. Two things that I wrote down was be still and be human. And I know that we say that, right? And we're probably more in a space where we practice that. But can either of you just kind of expound on when you explain to somebody to be still or to be human, what can that look like for people? Because I think that a lot of times we say those things, right? But when it comes down to people implementing that and to show up in that space, it's very hard. Because what I've noticed personally, in my own personal journey, but also professionally with my clients, is that when they be still, the noise gets louder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that becomes a challenge for them to slow down, to be human, to give themselves space. So can you, feel free to take that and expound on being still and being human.
I think when I think about stillness, and Lord only knows, 2023, I had to get real still, real quiet. I lost my, the love of my life, my partner to suicide June 6th. And a week later, I lost my father to cancer. And I was like, what? I thought this was going to be a great year. I thought 2023 was going to be the year of expansion and love and family and all the things. And it really not like it felt like the rug was just slipped right from under me. And so it was a lot of getting really still and disconnecting, whether that was from social media, whether that was even pulling back a little bit with, partnerships that did not serve me anymore, or partnerships that were pushing an urgent culture, a white supremacist culture that I couldn't do it. And so I had to scale back on work a lot and being okay with that. Because of course the perfectionist in me was like, nah, Brittany, you gotta go. You gotta keep going. You're at the height right now. Let's go. And it was like, actually, no, that's not what my body, mind, and soul needs right now. So the stillness for me was getting quiet, being okay with slowing down and just being comfortable in that. Although I was uncomfortable. So Carrie, you talked about being comfortable with uncomfortability. That was prime time. And I think the vulnerability part, the being human, was allowing my story finding parts of my story to share with my clients, to share with my audience, and to let them know ultimately, like, I'm also human. I'm going through this. You are not alone. I see you. I hold you. And so I think it was the really, sharing my story on social media or in other platforms.
Absolutely. I think for me, the stillness was not fighting against the chaos and allowing myself to flow with it. To live is to lose, and that is a part of an acceptance journey. And I think that for me, I agree. I went into 2023 popping champagne like this about to be it. This gonna be it. And I think that I had to experience walking away from people and to choose myself. And sometimes that even included family. So in full honesty. And so that was a really hard thing for me, because I'm like, family, you're supposed to stick by family no matter what. Like, that's just kind of in the Black community. Like, they could do anything to you. It's okay. It's your family. You're supposed to be there. And me deciding like that doesn't feel authentic to myself. That doesn't feel good for where the version of myself I'm trying to evolve into. So I'm going to have to walk away. So that stillness looked like a little bit of loneliness sometimes, but it was, again, not fighting against the chaos of trying to make people stay, trying to make stuff fit, trying to make it work. It was allowing things to just flow. And sometimes things are meant to flow into your life, and sometimes things are meant to flow out. And I think it was just a beautiful process of that stillness, of allowing that thing to happen. I always tell my clients, either you're going to go with the waves, or the waves will knock you out and they're going to send you on the shore somewhere else. And I think that was something that I needed to understand. And then the human part about it was that there's so many other people that have had that experience as well. And I think that when you allow yourself to be human, you allow yourself to be in community. And I think that as Black women, we think we have to do things alone. We have to struggle alone, or we have to be sad alone. We can't show that. We can't put our shield down. And I think that allowing myself to put that shield down and say, hey, walking away from my family was the hardest thing I had to do. I'm not well. And that was a lot for me. And so I think sometimes when I tell my clients, being human is allowing yourself to seek help, allowing yourself to say, hey, I'm not feeling my best, and that's okay, that this is a part of life. There's different transitions in life. Like I said, to live is to lose. And I think that was a really big transition for me.
Yeah, and I think that what you said about community is so important, especially as Black women. And so for both of you, I would love to see, how has community played a role in your life, and where did you find that community? Because sometimes our community doesn't look like our family. Sometimes it doesn't look like, what traditionally would be defined as community or our village, quote unquote. So in what ways have you been able to kind of find and identify what your community looked like to help you navigate through your healing journey?
I will say I have been blessed outside of all of the loss that I experienced and the grief from last year. There was also the blessing of seeing the community and the friends, the Soul Love Soul and the Soulpreneur community, the clients that showed up for me, and ultimately the new friendships that sparked from that. It's been beautiful to see, and I felt so held and so seen in that. People who started following me on Instagram that would reach out after a post and say, like, you need anything, like, I got you. The flowers that I received from the book club community, like, just, it warms my heart. Like, sometimes you don't realize like the impact that you have, or how many people are really watching, until it's some of those moments. But there's always there's always love from afar. And so anytime I express gratitude to my community, it is always even if you weren't an actual client, even if you prayed for me, even if you shouted me out from your house or wherever it was, whether you showed up for a book club space, whether you passed on my website or something else to somebody else, like, that's all community, that's all communal love. And so I work really intentionally because I saw how many people showed up for me. I have stepped into this year very much about making sure that my connections with people is just as strong, is just as present, because it is ultimately what got me through literally the hardest year of my life. And so when we talk about, the evolution of your brand or being visible, like, let's before all of the marketing and the this and that, it's about your community. And making sure that the people in your circle, the people you're trying to connect with, trust you, that they love you and they see you because you have exuded and given that to them. And that is the beauty of what we're trying to all build. And a lot of us get caught up in the other stuff, but like at the end of the day, it's that means the most. And I witnessed that last year, and it was really beautiful.
I can agree. I also feel like a lot of my tribe came from my community as well with the Stiletto Files. I think that I realized that when I was able to reveal myself is when I actually started developing a community. When I was trying to go about it, I was like, okay, here is the marketing. You post this today, this today, this today, this today, nothing. But when I started being more open and honest about who I am, my healing journey, I started connecting with so many people from other places that have actually become like really good friends for me, which is crazy. You meet somebody on a Facebook group that you create, and then now you're like at their wedding. So I feel like it was really, really nice to have that. And I think that it helped me as an entrepreneur know that people connect to honesty, people connect to where they feel like they can experience with you, or they have a similar experience to you. And I think allowing myself again to be human and allowing myself to be vulnerable is what really helped me develop a community, but also helped me develop a community for other people. And I will forever be appreciative for myself and proud of myself for taking that step to be vulnerable, and that just made the connection. And I love my tribe that I have. It's very beautiful. It's very refreshing. It's a safe space. I hope we can continue to create that safe space for other people.
I love that. I released a video last year, and it was called, I was talking about owning my own story. And I talked about attempting suicide and getting a DUI and all of that. And prior to that, in 2018, I released a book, and I talked about my hardships with relationships. And the beautiful thing about being in a position to where you're owning your story is that you stand in a position of power. And what I noticed just about what both of you ladies have said is that you owned where you are. You owned what you were navigating through and what you were struggling with, and you decided to share that. And that is what brought people together. And so a lot of times we see a lot of Black women hold things in, suppress their emotions, and keep things to themselves. And then they suffer in silence, right? They suffer by themselves. And then that's what leads to hustle culture. That's what leads to these illnesses and dealing with all of these things. But when you find that vulnerability and the ability to own your story and then share it, people relate. And then those people create, and you create that community of people. And I love what you said, Kiera, about being able to start your business and trying to just do the marketing things and check off the boxes where it relates to business, because I can relate to that. But the moment that you shift, things align the way that they're supposed to. And I think that's just a beautiful space. So if you're listening and you're hearing this, understand that owning your story is so powerful, because it not only leads you to self-freedom, it also leads you to community, the ones that you probably didn't even know you needed, but you definitely need them. Definitely. One of the other questions that I had was, is there anything particularly that you do in navigating your own story, your business, your healing journey, that you use as a practice on a regular basis to kind of help you stay where you are right now, which is being still, being human, but also evolving too?
I think for me, it is affirmations. I will forever love the power of affirmations. And I think that that's something that I incorporate into my practice, especially there's going to be so many times in entrepreneurship where you just going to feel so lost and you're just going to feel like, I don't know what is happening. There's so much happening around me. And it can make you internalize that to feel like you're doing something wrong or you're not doing enough. And now we got to redefine what rest means and do all these other things. And I think affirming myself that I'm doing my best and my best is good enough. It's an affirmation that I recite every single day, because I want to continue to feel empowered in what I'm doing and not feel drained. And I feel like when I start kind of tapping into that perfectionism, and I start kind of leaning into those negative thoughts, that's when that burnout happens. Now I'm not giving my authentic self. There is no connection. Now I'm posting things or I'm doing things that have no connection at all because it's not truly how I'm feeling. And so I think just affirming myself that I am doing my best and my best is good enough, it has changed so much. And even when I'm starting to feel a little bit, like apprehensive, or I'm feeling a little like, not as confident in what I'm doing, having the power of affirmations, I write it down like 5, 10 times. Like I'm back in school again. Like I'm in trouble and I'm writing things like 100 times. Like I'll just write it over and over and over and over. And it really does make a difference. And it's something I tell my clients to do all the time. And so you don't have to believe it when you write it, but after you finish writing it, you'll begin to believe it. And so I think that that's really important. It's practicing those affirmations and affirming yourself.
Well, listen, I'm going to choose another one because affirmations was also top 3 on my list. And yes, man, affirmations. I'll be looking at myself in the mirror sometimes. Like, you see those reels where they're like, oh, my mom, that would be me. That's 100% me. And there's no shame in my game about that. But I will also say like movement, I transitioning from a school building, right, for over 10 years to then being, in my soulpreneurship world, I found myself like sitting a lot more. And I was like, man, my lower back is hurting, and I still work out every day, but the power of movement. And I don't mean that you need to go out and you need to do a marathon out here or go and do a 30-minute, heavy lifting. I'm talking about this simple movement of just stepping outside, of just, breathing in fresh air, of getting some sunlight, of just stretching and moving your body, right? Even in this call, just doing a little something. And the power of that energy moving through you really grounds me. It is something that is so important. And so, I always try to make sure that I, am moving in between meetings, even if it's a quick, my dog makes it easy sometimes because I got to go take him outside. That is definitely super powerful for me. And then of course, like meditation, even if it's 5 minutes. Even if it's 5 minutes, like for me, it's my movement, it's my mindfulness in the morning. And I'll just, close my eyes. And let me tell y'all, I started off with like 30 seconds in the very beginning because it was hard. It was hard to sit there in silence, like no guided meditation. I'm talking about just silence. And so, the messages and the clarity that I've gotten that have happened in those moments now are really beautiful. It's allowed me to see like my mantras, just like center myself. So a little movement with a little meditation is like the chef's kiss morning start for me. That's it with the affirmations, Kiara, too, right? I'm gonna call it the 3 M's: the mirror, the meditation, and the movement. period.
Okay, y'all need to write
like
that
that.
down. Okay,
Okay.
make sure you write that down. Go ahead and repeat it for them so they can take notes, Brittany.
Listen, it's gonna be a cute little mirror for your affirmations, everybody. Okay, then it's gonna be your meditation, little mindfulness, and then it's the movement, y'all. Okay, 3 M's.
3 M's. I love it. I love it. So one of the things for me, and this is huge, is therapy. Therapy was it for me. Okay, that was something that just changed my perspective as a whole about who I am, how I handle things, how I thought through things, how I cultivated relationships. And when we talk about grief and trauma and building businesses and all of that, some of that trauma that we deal with, and when we define trauma, it doesn't always look like what TV or social media describes it to be. So, can you ladies offer your perspective on, first of all, what you thought about therapy, and then if you've attended therapy, how going shifted your perspective, and then of course in your work now, how is it incorporated?
That's a very good question. And you're asking a therapist that definitely has a therapist. Every therapist should have a therapist, and that therapist needs a therapist too. So, yes, absolutely, will 100% advocate for therapy, not just because I'm a therapist, because I have experienced that as well, but also the therapy and other things too. Like you said, the therapy and movement, the therapy and energy work and things like that. Like you can find therapy and other things. It doesn't have to just be clinical therapy, but I do believe strongly in the clinical therapy because I feel like, you have to have a space where you can process those inner thoughts, but then you also have to have therapy outside of that therapy to help kind of, whenever we have trauma, whenever we have grief, that's stored in the body. So now we've done the work of, now we've done the thought and we've processed the trauma, and now we got to release it from the body. So you saying movement just makes me think of like, yoga and all other ways that therapy can exist. Like there's healing in therapy and a lot of things. But I do think that for me, going to therapy changed my life. I started going to therapy when I was 12. So I was like really young. So I was already advocating for it. I was at church saying, hey, y'all need to go to therapy at 13 because y'all got a lot going on. So I feel like it's really been a process for me that I'm appreciative of being able to be introduced to therapy so young. I think that's kind of what led me to the career path I'm in, honestly. But I think that it's really important to advocate for this for Black people. We're doing better, but there's still room for growth, for sure. And helping them understand what therapy is and having these regular conversations, because I've had clients that tell me, like, I'm happy I'm going to therapy, but I'm not going to tell my family I'm going to therapy because I don't want them to feel some type of way, or I don't want them to feel like I'm coming to tell all my business. So I really feel like just continuing to talk about my experience. I remember writing a blog about me going to therapy, and people were like, you a therapist? You're going to therapy? I'm like, yes. And my therapist is going to therapy because it is so necessary and it is so needed. So I think that it has changed my life in so many ways. And if you thought about it and you haven't done it, try it. Just try it once. Just try it, see how it feels, fill it out, challenge yourself to be vulnerable, challenge yourself to challenge yourself to do things that are uncomfortable, and just try it.
I'm going to take y'all back to 2015. My 27-year-old self didn't know nothing about nothing. And 2 days after Valentine's Day, my boyfriend of over 4 years broke up with me. And I say all this because I literally had no idea who I was, what I stood for, anything at that time. After that breakup, I was so lost. And I didn't know who to turn to, what to do. It was life-shattering. And I wound up getting a friend had recommended a therapist, and it was game-changing. I owe where I am today to this woman. And I, since then, have been in therapy, and it has been it's been beautiful to see the evolution of myself. Like when we talk about trauma, when we talk about self-love, like those were just buzzwords for me. Some of those things I didn't even really know. Now I have meaning behind them because I have experience, like lived experience and connections now. And I feel it has given me just so much awareness, right? Like, it's not that I'm never going to feel anxiety again, or I'm never going to be triggered again, but I have resources. I have a toolbox of how to navigate those situations, right? With love, with compassion, with boundaries, and accountability. And so, fast forward now to where I am, all of those experiences in that toolbox has been brought into my story. It is a part of my story. There's no way I can detach it. Like, when I talk about Soulpreneur World, where I have been, where I am now, and where I want to go, that's where I was. And so when I'm working with folks and when we're having discussions about our brand, I always say, like, for me personally, our brand is ourselves. Like, it's who we are. And so if we can't come to terms and love who we are, then the brand's not going to be set up for success. And so there is a lot of that healing work. And while by no means, like, am I a therapist or licensed, and like, I don't touch any of those things, but there is a lot of an understanding and a love of being authentic, of being vulnerable, of being still, of being confident in how you approach your business and your brand, that is now very much woven into this work. And so I give 2015 and that man who shall remain nameless for now, I give him all the credit. Like, it's one of those things you can look back now and you can say, I'm so glad that happened because of where I am now. And it is part of my story, but I am really, it's been beautiful to see the evolution. And so, point blank period, therapy was that evolution for me. It was that moment for me. And I'm still in it, because you wouldn't not, Kiara, you said it perfectly. I'm a therapist and I have a therapist, right? I'm an entrepreneur, a soulpreneur out here. I have mentors, right? I have business coaches, right? You wouldn't knock anybody for that, right? So it's all the same. If your therapist don't have a therapist, something wrong. Just saying.
Okay, because I got mine on deck. That's my girl, and I'm gonna keep her on deck. But Alicia, I see that you put in the comments that you say that it's like dating, and if it doesn't work with that one person, try someone else. Listen, therapy is not a one size fits all model. You not gonna go in maybe the first time and just find somebody that just like clicks and gets it right. It's similar to just like going to a physical doctor or to a dentist. Sometimes they might not be for you, and that's okay, but that doesn't mean quit, because just as you have to go to the doctor for a yearly checkup and get your regular all of these to your OB, whatever, your mind needs the same thing. And so I think, like Kiara said, we're in a space where it's becoming a bit more normalized, but we're not there yet. And so there's still a lot of work to be done. And if you don't have a therapist, if you're considering therapy, or you're on the fence about it, reach out. I know I'm open to answering questions, even if I'm not your therapist, because my goal is to help you find the help that you need, because it is truly life-changing. And similar to Brittany, the moment I contribute having my kids as a life-changing reason why I went to therapy. I had no idea. People talk about postpartum, but to go experience it, like, why am I trying to run into a 18-wheeler and I got 2 kids at home? Something is not okay. And that was just huge and life-changing for me, to be able to be vulnerable enough to tell someone else, hey, this is not working for me, help me, and to uncover all of the things that I was kind of suppressing and dealing with on top of motherhood, but childhood trauma and all of that really changed not only my life in the moment, but me, as it changed the direction of my whole career. I didn't go to school for therapy. I went to school for communication. I was writing and doing journalism, and that shifted the whole trajectory of my life. So I owe my trauma a lot of credit, and going to therapy, a lot of credit to who I am and what I'm able to offer today. And so it's just a beautiful space, y'all. Like, such a beautiful space. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A. So if you ladies have any questions that you want to present to us, please drop them in the comments so that we can answer them. I'll give y'all a few minutes to kind of type those in, but just kind of leaving those who are on right now with something, can you share a mantra or affirmation or something that you would offer to maybe your clients or somebody who may be struggling right now with grief or trauma and navigating their business? What would you offer them right now?
I'll give them my personal affirmation that I said, that I'm doing my best and my best is good enough. There's so much power in knowing that every time you try, every time you keep moving forward, that is you doing your best and that is enough. There is no progress in standing still. So when you allow yourself to just get out of bed, that is doing your best. When you're allowing yourself to do something that has been very hard for you to do, that is you doing your best. So remember, if you continue to move forward, even if it's one little step, you're still doing good, and that should be good enough, even if it has to be good enough in that moment. So I think I'm doing my best, and my best is good enough. Is what I leave you all with today, and I hope that it can resonate and it can empower you.
I will say two came to mind. One of them is be fearless in the pursuit of what sets your soul on fire. So it's one of the things in like the soulpreneur world. That's our mantra. That's our thing. How it resonates with me and what I hope it leaves you all with is, just continuing to be, when I hear the word continuing to be fearless, right? Like it's okay to have the fears and have the anxieties, but not to let that hold you back, right? And to really ultimately like do what lights your soul on fire. What are the things that you love to do? And how can you pour? And of course, my dog, I'm like, yo, I made it this whole hour. Why my dog without barking? Here we go. And so, when I think about like, be fearless in the pursuit of what sets your soul on fire. Hold on for a second, because he gonna drive me crazy. Anyways, I think about, pouring all of yourself into what you love to do. You can't go wrong there, right? Even through the pain, even through the grief and the trauma, right? There is purpose and there's sometimes beauty in the breaking. Let that be part of your story. Let it be part of what sets your soul on fire to make an impact and to share it with others.
That's so good. And I'll say, I always tell myself and my clients, life is a cycle. You're going to live, you're going to learn, you're going to heal, and you're going to grow. And it's going to repeat until the day you die. You're going to have life experience. You should learn from them. You should heal from them, and you're going to grow. Healing is not this linear process. It's not like you're going to be, you go to therapy or you do that self-work, you join these programs, you do all of this, and then life is fixed. It don't work like that. So don't even set yourself up for that. It can be a roller coaster, and it's a journey. It's not a destination. And so be gentle and have grace with yourself in knowing that this is a process, and you have to fall in love with the process, because day to day, moment to moment, it's going to look different. It's going to feel different. Sometimes you're going to be on the up and up, and sometimes you might not be. And that's okay. But remember that community is super important. Learning how to own your story is important. Don't forget the 3 M's that we talked about, and give yourself permission to just operate in that space of learning yourself deeper than the surface. Something too that I think that you have to remember is that a lot of times, Brittany talks about this, when you say things like self-awareness or self-care, it's not the bullshit y'all see on social media. Okay? It's not that. It's not that. People put out this soft life and these things to glamorize what healing looks like. And it's not that, y'all. You really have to go in a corner with your community, with your therapist, with your people, and understand these things, not just for what it is that you see on social media, because it's deeper than that. It requires more than that. And it's not just something that you wake up one morning and you're like, all right, this is what we're going to do. It's going to take work. It really does take work. And understanding that, I think, puts you in a different position to be successful, not only within your business, but also on your healing journey. I don't see any questions in the chat. If you guys have any final thoughts that you would like to share, please do. Thank you so much for joining me on the stage today. This was very good for me, and I'm sure that a lot of people can find value in the conversation as well.
Yes, and thank you so much. Sierra killed it. It was so great. And Kara, it was really wonderful hearing your story as well. And, just a reminder, like this whole day is about community, right? Like I'm actually here because a friend that I knew LaShawn and connected, like the power of community. And we're here together doing this beautiful work, spreading these beautiful messages. And, it's a really beautiful thing. I'm forever grateful for this. So thank you.
I would agree too. Thank you so much, Sierra. This was awesome. Thank you, Brittany. Thank you, Black Girl Hustle, because that's also the community that has really helped me. And now that this app popping, it's even better. So I feel like, I am very appreciative of the people I've met along this journey, even through this space. And even LaShawn and the connection I just appreciate all of it. And I hope that we have more spaces like this and more conversations like this. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes. Okay with the plug. And if you don't have the app, go on and download that. Go on and download that. But I think LaShawn is gonna come back up. I think there's a transition period that's happening right now. But
it is. I'm over here laughing at y'all. Y'all so funny. I appreciate y'all. This is really beautiful. People were texting me while y'all were talking and just saying, like, Sierra, you're doing a really amazing job. And just this conversation in general. And I spoke about having Lorraine and like how we formed the hustle culture panel just from that conversation. But this specific panel was because of a conversation with Brittany, and she was telling me all that she experienced in 2023. And I thought about the women that I really wanted to be a part of it. And I'm just like, I already know what Brittany's about. I know what Soul Love Soul is about and how she operates in harmony and wants others to operate in that too, especially in their businesses. But I also knew that Sierra and Kier were therapists. And I was like, yeah, we need a little professional touch on there from, the clinical side of things, just so we'll get down to the nitty gritty of what Black women really need in terms of the help we're seeking or have yet to seek and receive. So I truly, truly appreciate y'all for being so vulnerable, and because that's a really vulnerable space, just to really share your experiences in mental health and how it's impacted you, not just in business, but in life. And I truly hope that the women in attendance can take from this. And y'all, if y'all have not connected with them, social media, drop it in the chat, so they can connect with y'all. And honestly, just from the content, the website, the events, everything that these ladies put out, I'm gonna like it, like every chance I get, and just completely engage with it because it's really beautiful. Brittany has one of the dopest newsletters, just from all the details that go into it. Sierra's been curating far more events, which I'm extremely proud of. And Kiera, the content, when she said she started showing up as herself, it's a beautiful thing. And you can tell, you can see it. I mean, I've been watching the journey, so I'm like, of course I can see it. But honestly, y'all, these are some of the most beautiful souls that I do know. So please drop y'all info in the chat so these ladies can connect with y'all. And I thank you again for being a part of the State of Alignment.
Definitely appreciate it. And I might be going crazy. I don't know how to put it. Is there a space in the chat to put it? Maybe
it's in the comments. Yeah. I'm like, it's two separate areas. So click on the comment box and you should be good.
Fabulous.
But I think we have to go on the other side because they don't give us the option on this.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah. Great. I was like, wait, I see the comments.
You gotta go back and pop.
Yeah, we got to go back in.
All right. No, y'all good. I totally just completely appreciate y'all. Thank you, ladies. And next up, y'all, we have another beautiful soul that's about to join us. And if you have not seen the expo hall, you can find Sierra's business in there as well as Alicia's business. I highly recommend y'all going in there so you can see what they are about. But the next presenter is a beautiful soul that I got to meet through another connection someone made last year, probably last summer actually, and knowing what this woman was about. And I told you I'm not big on introducing Black women. I'm going to let her introduce herself as well. But I got to meet with the phenomenal Leslie Avant Brown. Um, and once I really started learning about her business and seeing what it was, I was just like, I don't know that I know many Black women with ICF accredited coaching firms, like where they're actually certifying coaches and providing things like $20,000 in scholarships for Black women to get certified as coaches, and providing one-on-one coaching and just coaching opportunities for groups and businesses, and really bringing this healing centered life to everybody. And then I came across Leslie and just started learning more about her business. And I was just like, this is really dope. And she does, I don't know if she knows it, but I've told her about like anybody I possibly could when it comes to healing, coaching, even just some of the things in general that she speaks about and the things that come up in conversation. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But pausing as a practice is this next session. And when I say she gives it to us straight, like, Leslie, welcome first. I'm not gonna introduce you. I'm gonna let you do, I'm gonna let you do your thing. But I truly appreciate you for being here and taking the time to do this, because you are on your pause and you are taking the time to come here and do this. And I'm gonna get out your way in a second. But I first want to tell you thank you for showing up in the midst of your own pause.
Thank you, amazing one. And thank you for inviting me to your dream. This is such a beautiful place to take a break from my pause and be with all of these beautiful Black sisters. I've been here since the beginning, so I've also been the wisdom and the knowledge. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to get out your way. I'm going to let you have it, sis.
All right. As the brilliant LaShawn said, I am Leslie Avant Brown. I'm the founder and CEO of Blooming Willow Coaching. And we are a coach training firm that is really focused on serving primarily communities of color, but also white folks who are interested in supporting communities of color, really in looking at what does the next level of leadership really look like. And one of the things that I found through my own leadership journey, through my own sort of wanting to really leave the world a little better than I found it, was that there was always like this line that I could feel myself moving close to, which was nearing burnout. And yet at the same time, I knew that if I continued in that cycle of really pushing myself without really paying attention, that like many other powerful Black women that I know, that burnout was real. And so really started through my own experience as a leader, as a change maker, wanting to figure out what are some strategies that are going to support us to continue to level up. Right? And so today I want to talk to you about really it's the root of Blooming Willow Coaching. We are healing centered, which means that as you are focusing on your growth, I really see it as a necessity to also stay focused on our healing as a part of it. And I think this is especially true for Black women, because when we pause, right, we are able to step back with so much more clarity, with so much more intention, with so much more power. So I want to invite you in this sort of mini session today to this concept that I talk a lot about called pause as a practice. And what it actually is, it's an intentional liberation strategy. It is designed to support both your growth and healing simultaneously. And the reason that it is so effective is that it allows you to step away from the doing, to step away from the action, to take time to really be present. Because in that really present place, what is possible is that you're able to begin to integrate wisdom, both internal wisdom, learned wisdom, your intuition, as well as external wisdom. So again, as you step back into action, it is with that greater clarity. I think the other beautiful thing about pausing as a practice is that it really does allow you to move beyond that survival state. So I want to invite us to a pause, because there's one thing to talk about it, it's another thing to practice it. So wherever you are right now, I invite you to just be here now. If you're able to put your feet on the ground, I invite you to do that. Um, if you're able to just really just get in your body, noticing sort of how gravity is pulling you into your seat, I invite you to do that. And finally, I'm going to invite you to close your eyes if you're comfortable with that, or just soften your gaze. Because we're going to take 5 really slow, deep breaths. Not so deep that your lungs feel like they're about to burst, but deep so that you're filling them all the way up. So inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth on your own count. We're going to take 5 slow, deep breaths. As you're releasing that last breath, I want you to just pause and notice your body. How are you feeling in this moment? What did that breath allow you to experience? If some of you are chat active, I invite you to, in the chat, talk about what was the power of that pause, just to breathe, just to be here now. What was the impact on you? Let's drop it in the chat as I continue to talk about this powerful pause as a practice. So as we think about the why, right? As we think about the why, I think it really is about this invitation that I think as Black women is a part of our responsibility. And that is to continue to support ourselves, to move from this place of surviving to this place of thriving. What does that next level really look like? How are we really using our own choice, our own power to create a life that allows us to show up more powerfully, more fully, more authentically? And I think the other thing that is really present when we do pause is that it allows us to pay attention when there are poor boundaries, when our work-life balance is off, when our life-life balance is off. The other reason that this pause is so powerful is that when we are noticing, we are feeling increased feelings of that burnout, or as I said earlier, that line approaching, it allows us to move away from it, to acknowledge that we feel ourselves creeping in that way, and that we are using our choice and our power to move differently. When I started to think about this community that I was going to talk about today, and especially talking about Black Women Hustle, and I'm a part of this community because, believe me, I do like to make things move. I started to think about, for us, it's even more important for us to understand this pause. Earlier today, as I was on the call, I heard folks talk about pausing from social media. Absolutely. Right? Pausing to travel. Absolutely. Right? These are the strategies that are going to allow us to really build out this next generation of change in a really powerful way. I think the other thing that I'll name here as we talk about why we should pause is often when we're in this perpetual state of doing, we begin to lose clarity around what is our purpose? What am I doing this for? And so we want to stay connected. We want to stay plugged into our purpose. And so the pause also supports that. And I think the last thing that I'll name here is we often talk about authenticity and how important it is to show up as yourself. But when you're exhausted, you're not your best self. And so just honoring, if you want to show up as your authentic best self, it requires, right, some strategy. And pause could be that strategy. Next slide, please. So here is really, to me, if you forget everything else that I talk about today, this is what I want you to remember. Is that pausing really does support this line between doing and being. Because in our current world, in our current society, we are really rewarded for doing the most. We are rewarded and clapped up when we are able to continue to shoot shot after shot after shot. And what that doing does is it puts us in a perpetual state of action, right? Our minds are thinking about what needs to happen. Our bodies are in perpetual motion, right? It's an on, right? But it should not be the only state that we live in. We really also deserve to be in this other state, which is a state of being, this state of presence, where we get to just really be here now, appreciating this moment. I can hear the kids laugh. I can notice what I'm feeling like in my body. These things are present when we are allowing ourselves to just be. And so what that pause as a practice allows us to pay attention to is, how are we balancing our doing and our being? We shouldn't be in one mode only. So as change makers, how are you giving yourself permission from time to time to just switch the strategy? This is the invitation. And I'll name that for a lot of people, when I start to even introduce pause, when I say pause, folks begin to notice a nervousness in their bodies, a trepidation. But some of my clients, they'll even break out in a sweat and they'll say, Coach, I came to you because I want to make things happen. And my sort of response is absolutely. And the way that you're going to make the change that you want to see happen is by creating more balance and alignment in your life. So this pause becomes something that we aspire to do every single day. That the pause doesn't just remain our vacations or our getaways once a quarter. The pause becomes something that we're doing when we give ourselves permission to pause and just breathe, or pause and make sure that we're eating, or pause and make sure that we're connecting with people that we love. We begin to understand that this powerful strategy really will allow us to get to where we want to go in a more balanced and aligned way. It also reminds us, if we cross the finish line, but we're all raggedy and ugly and tired, that's not really what we're aspiring to. So how are we finishing our goals in our power and with wisdom and clarity and intention along the way? So I started to talk about this a little bit, but some of the benefits of pausing is that it really does support this clarity, this grounding, this introspection. You begin to trust yourself more when you spend more time with you, when you notice you, when you're sort of balancing serving others with also honoring that you are a living human being and you get to be. It allows us to access our inner wisdom, our intuition, right? So less action and then you have to walk it back. You get to actually slow it down. Almost like that movie, The Matrix, where you level up and you say, I don't even have to battle that way. I have new stuff. I think the other benefit of pausing is that it really also allows you to not only think about the upcoming possibilities and opportunities, but it allows you to also think through those challenges and barriers and make sure that you are equipped to navigate those as well. Next slide, please. I know that this is moving quickly, but again, I want to make sure that this community is conscious of this pausing as a practice and begins to really stretch yourselves to incorporate more of it. So there's different types of pauses. I think the one that we most frequently think of is this restorative pause, because this is the place where we refuel and we recharge. It's our spa visits, it's our vacations, it's our naps, essential, right? To ensuring that we really are able to maintain and align in a way that serves us. However, there are other types of pauses. There are creative pauses where we're pausing to refuel our creativity. What is going to allow us to level up, right? And so when we think about these creative pauses, it really is, it could be looking at art, it could be creating, it could be cooking, it could be decorating, things that are just inspiring and fueling you. So that when you step back into action, you have this at your disposal. I remember LaShawna and I talked about reflective pauses. How are you pausing to reflect on all of the things that you've done, all that you've accomplished, all that you've navigated? These reflective pauses are a powerful part of our growth practice as well. And finally, learning pauses. How are we leveling up? What are we missing? What do we need? What are those next level supports? So I guess these are my invitations, right? Really giving yourself permission to pause in the way that you see fit. My last slide. And so I'm often sort of asked by my folks, how do I pause? And so here are some simple steps that can support you to get there. The first step is really the most important one, is that you have to give yourself permission. If you continue to say there's not enough time, there's not enough space, I can't do this, then it won't happen. You are the change maker, wise one. So you have to start by giving yourself permission to pause, and you can set the time. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 2 days, it's up to you. Then the second step is really thinking about what are you pausing? You can't pause everything, right? Some stuff is going to keep going. So what are you pausing from? So for me, I'm taking a pause from working, right? That was my pause. So I want you to think about clearly, what are you pausing from? And then that third step is really thinking about what type of pause do you need? I'm pausing from work for what? For me, I was pausing from work to get kind of a creative reset. I wanted to do some new stuff. I needed some fuel. So what type of pause are you taking? And then finally, this final piece is as you return to action, right? What does that return look like? What does that level up? How are you incorporating all that you gained during that pause into that action? Because again, the pause is to support your action returning more powerfully, more aligned, and with more clarity. Yes. So I said a lot. This is just an introduction to the pause, and I'm curious, what comments or what questions do you have after this mini introduction? What's the impact of hearing about the pause? I'm hearing some confirmation for folks. My hope is that this really does serve as a reminder, right, that as next generation leaders, as change makers, we want to leave the world better than we found it. And I think as Black women, we are often sort of tasked with being the cleanup woman of, as Trevor Noah said, we are the ones who don't get to fuck around and find out. We are left with the bag, right? And so I think in sort of acknowledging that unfortunate reality that society has placed on us, that a part of our next level or level up really looks like, how are we staying in choice? How are we paying attention? How are we slowing it down? Because we are truly the only ones that can. Right? And so I think this piece around this pause, not only as a wish, but as a requirement, as a demand in our work, in our lives, to me becomes this next level of thriving. How am I in choice around what I'm doing, when I'm doing it, and how I'm doing it? But it does require that permission. Yes, yes. I love it. Pauses are truly necessary. Yes. I want to say thank you to this community. If there is anything further, you can always feel free to reach out. Again, I'm hanging out over at Blooming Willow Coaching. We are providing one-on-one coaching, group coaching, and now healing-centered coaching circles that are specifically to support folks to grow and change and thrive in a way that supports their individual and our collective liberation. Yes, yes. LaShawn, I'll bring you back.
Thank you, Leslie. I'm listening and I was watching and I was like, child, I already know I need to implement more pauses, different types of pauses. And it was because of you, I realized that there were different types of pauses that needed to be taken. But after seeing this slide, I'm like, I need to revisit for 2024. Because I told everybody in the beginning of this event, I was like, 2023 is over, but my 2023 burnout is not. Mm-hmm. And the pauses are definitely necessary. And it kind of reminds me of what I said at the end of our panel, which was about, implementing more to give myself little moments, or telling Black women that you need to take more moments. Like having a day to yourself is one thing, mm-hmm. but finding moments throughout each day to dedicate to yourself, I feel like that's a version of a pause. To give yourself time and space to really just be and pour back into you for a minute. Or honestly, don't pour into anything. Like just a hard pause. Like, don't do anything, because sometimes that's the only way we're able to really grasp how we feel. Like he said, mm-hmm. we want to know what we're feeling after we ground our feet, we take our deep breaths and whatnot. It's like, if you don't have the time to sit still, when are you ever going to know what you are truly feeling? Like, you can be walking around with this tension in your stomach and you don't even realize it. Or I'm willing to bet somebody right now sitting with tense shoulders and has no idea that, that's how they're sitting. And it's just like, just relax.
I think that's it. And two, I think it's always so amazing, myself included. Like, for a lot of us, we're the boss, and yet we're still not, giving ourselves this space, right? And so it's like, I don't think that we're doing this intentionally, right? Like designing jobs where we don't get to break ever. Right. So I do think it is around like just being more conscious and being more mindful and really understanding like this is a part of our level up, right? And I think the thing that I love about our relationship, right? Like you at one point you said, yeah, no, coach, this is not a pause. This is a stop, right? So this is not the only strategy that we're using. It's one in our toolbox. Sometimes we have to stop, right? So this is a pause strategy, but sometimes we need that stop strategy too.
Honestly, truly. And the funny thing about, me asking you to do this particular session is because I know Black women need it. And I know that we aren't aware of the different types of pauses. But this event as a whole is what I want. I want it to be a pause for Black women. Like all the things that we're discussing, they're essentially leading you to pause, like to really take a moment and reflect on what life looks like for you and what you truly desire. Because like Sierra said earlier, like owning your story is you stepping into your power, and I feel like a part of that is us really evaluating what life should look like for us. And it's a beautiful thing to me to see, Black women running their businesses and doing dope things, but I love to see them living their life too. Like I get a kick out of logging on social media. I'm like, I know Leslie is running the mess out of Blooming Willow Coaching, but I get on Instagram sometimes and you be over there cutting the rug, like having a ball, traveling like different countries and stuff like that. And I'm like, I really wish this for every Black woman. It's overdue. And a lot of our parents, grandparents, aunts, godmothers, ancestors, they didn't have the opportunity, they didn't have the means and resources, and we have them and we neglect it for the sake of making money. We neglect it for, you know, for all of these things and all these temporary things that mean nothing at the end of the day. But those memories that you'll make for yourself or with your children or with your spouse or partners, you know, that's going to mean the most down the line versus these that like 10 people not liking your post is not going to hurt you, boo. Like,
See, that part, right? And I think too, like in sort of like honoring like that we're a part of the Black Women Hustle community. Like a part of us loves to hustle. A lot of us loves to make stuff happen, right? To get stuff going, to watch those splashes and those ripples. And so it just comes with responsibility, right? Do we want to pass this job on to the next generation of young women, or can we pretty this up a little bit, right? Can we add some softness to this edge, right? Of hard, let's get it done. So I think like that's the possibility for me, sis, is like, how do we really level this up so that those who are coming behind us sort of understand like the complexity and the choice that is there in being a Black woman boss, right? That's the flex, soft life.
I love it though. I really do. Because like I said, it's overdue. And then from the comments earlier, just seeing what people were saying about hustle culture and how they've become a victim of it, essentially. Like, you know, you don't have to. You can always choose to change your life. And my hope is that, like I said, this event in this specific session is going to be that starting point for you to really look at life and say, where are my pauses? Where can I implement these pauses? And how can I create a life that is going to feel good, you know, day in and day out? It doesn't feel systematic. It doesn't feel like a chore to get out of bed. It doesn't feel like the pressures from every which way, from seeing other people feeling insecure or having imposter syndrome. You get to let all of those things go and just say, I get to be for as long as I say I'm going to just be. And then I'll get back to everything else when I can, you know, or when I feel like it.
Look, you got it, Wise. When I could retire a day early.
That's the vibe. That's the vibe. Like,
yes. And I think the last thing I'll say that is so important, and just to highlight what you've already named, is that there's also power of pausing in community, because we heal like, you know, in community. And so when we come together and pause and have moments like these to be reminded, to have aha moments, to incorporate new strategies, like this is what like kind of creates an even bigger ripple of change, right? Is like that collective pause. So I feel so honored that I got to be here for this and soak it all up, right? Because now my level up will be better because of this.
I love it. And I appreciate you. Thank you for taking time out of your pause, because Leslie's on her like end of year pause. So she ain't even back at work yet. And she took the time to come here and pour into us. So Leslie, I'm extremely grateful for you, for the Blooming Willow coaching community, all that you're creating. And y'all can definitely connect with her. I'll drop her info in the chat momentarily, but you can connect with her and her platform, because it's really beautiful what she's creating, how she is teaching and leading, and always leading by example is just phenomenal. And I think it's something that we can all learn and apply. So thank you, Leslie.
Thank you. Amazing one. Be well. I'll hop back in as a guest.
All right, y'all. So we are moving into one of the last sessions. After this upcoming session, there will be a planning session where some of the panelists have provided some resources for you to start implementing, just a different lifestyle and going into your own state of alignment. And one thing you might notice in the logo of the state of alignment is that the me is highlighted, because what I really want you to ask yourself is, what do I want? What if you look at all the things that we discussed today, what do you truly want when it comes to these matters? What do you truly desire? Who do you want to be? What is it that you truly desire out of your business? And how can you implement more wellness practices that don't run you into the ground and allow you to truly exist in a state of bliss? Because a lot of people, to a lot of people that sounds far-fetched, but it's not. You can rest and get in your bag at the same time. You can make things happen in not sacrifice and miss out on some of the more important things in life. And I feel like this event is, to me, was how I wanted to start 2024. It's how I wanted other Black women to start 2024. The community, that's the key word, community, honestly. It's come up in, I think, every session. But I really want us to reevaluate what it looks like. You know, ask yourself, what does this look like for me? What does my community look like in 2024? What do my pause practices look like in 2024? What does my healing look like in 2024? How am I breaking this hustle culture and societal pressure in cycle in 2024? And not just in this year, but beyond. You know, I say in 2024 because this is a starting point. It's always a chance to start anew. Whether you started today, whether you start in July, September, October, it does not matter as long as you start to implement a life that truly, truly feels good to you. But this next session, I'm really, really excited about it because I had a chance to travel with these two women at the top of 2023. It was my first international trip to Costa Rica, which I can go on and on about it, but I'm about to bring to the stage one of the most aggressive Uno players there is in this world.
You would bring that up.
We played Uno over the holidays. I thought about it. Like, Latoya was the first person I thought about when they pulled out the Uno cards. I was like, boy, everybody plays by different rules. And they were like, you're right. And I was like, trust me, I know somebody, like, you want to flip the table playing with her. But no, y'all, honestly, these are two of the most beautiful souls I've had the pleasure of getting to know Latoya even more over the past year. And of course, I've known Alicia for a couple of years, but being around them and hearing their journeys and just hearing how they pour into other people is just, you know, it's beautiful. Again, I choose Black women who love pouring into us. And I feel like both of these women were the perfect example of, in my opinion, what it looks like to be a liberated Black woman. They stand 10 toes down behind Black women. Everything they do pours into Black women. They help us embrace who we are, not just, you know, forward presenting like on social media and whatnot, but in our personal lives. Like, how sensual are we? How well connected are we with our minds, with our bodies? Even the responses Latoya was given earlier about, you know, just more like sensual things and things that, you know, call your mind and body into harmony. So I wanted to present this panel because these women were honestly the first two people that popped in my mind when I was just like creating a life of joy and liberation. Like, who would be perfect for this? And it's these two women. So I want to move and let them take it from here because I feel like this is just going to be good. I can't wait, y'all. I'll be listening. But thank y'all for joining.
Good. Thank you. So I just have to let y'all know that I had to take like a quick 2-minute dance break before I got on because movement, or one of my mentors tells me motion is lotion. And so we're talking about joy and liberation. I know for me, I feel the most in my joy when I'm present in my body and when I can feel, you know, just the energy like coursing through my veins. So I turned on me some Beyonce real quick. And Alicia, I am so excited to have this conversation with you, my sister. How are you today?
I'm well. I remember we asked, like, what you gonna wear? I don't know, girl, what you gonna wear? But
right.
We did it. We did. You look cute.
So before we get started into the conversation, Alicia and I wanted to play on the topic of joy and liberation by starting off with a little icebreaker, a little game. And we're just going to do a little bit of a word association. And I'm going to start. So the word is freedom. So we're just going to go off on words that come to mind when we hear the previous word. So we'll start with the word freedom. And like Alicia said, join us in the comments. Please make this as interactive as possible. Because the more engaged you are, the more embodied you will allow yourself to be through this conversation. All right, you ready, Alicia?
I am ready. You know I'm ready.
Okay, girl. Freedom, what you got?
Liberation.
I have, openness.
I have expansion.
Expansion. I have abundance.
Birthright.
Black women.
Every day.
Every day. Yes. That's who we are. That's who we are. And I thank you for playing that with me. That was fun.
Yes.
So for those who are still with us, my name is Latoya Dixon Smith. I am the founder of Greenville Boudoir, which is a boudoir photography pleasure studio based in Greenville, South Carolina. Not only do we focus on offering expansive and sensual healing boudoir experiences, but I also offer coaching as well. And I'm joined today with a great friend of mine, fellow speaker, educator, all the things, Alicia. I know you were on earlier today, but for the folks who are coming back on, can you please reintroduce yourself?
So I am Alicia Haskett. As you see, I have O Experience. That is one of my brands on social media. But what I do right now is very much so education and teaching other boudoir photographers and just artists in general how to capture Black women. So I do that by, I have a certification that goes through Black feminism, that goes through what real allyship is and not performative allyship, and a bunch of different modules that help even Black photographers understand, like, these are the things that you have to know in order to truly be an ally to Black women and all Black women. Like, we show up as ourselves as we are. And also I do that by doing retreats for Black women. So we're going to Cartagena, Colombia in June, which I am extremely excited about, and giving the space for us to just have a soft space to land, which is something that I feel like we don't have enough of.
Exciting. I know that will be a good time. And hopefully you bring your Uno cards too. So maybe somebody else who is going to join, they will take my place in being the most aggressive Uno player in the in the world. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. Again, when we talk about joy, liberation, you have to make space for fun. You have to make space for laughter. You have to make space for just a good kiki. And I'm all about that, especially when I'm with my people, especially when I'm with other Black women who I know and feel comfortable, I trust and feel safe with. So when we talk about creating a lifestyle of joy and liberation, let's get into it, right? Mm-hmm. What is it? So first question is, what is our own personal definition of being a free Black woman? And then I'll also talk on, like, what does a lifestyle of joy and liberation look like? Free Black womanhood to me is simply a connection with yourself. You know, we always say that Black people are not a monolith, nor are Black women. But when you are able to connect so deeply with yourself that you honor yourself, you're listening to yourself, and you are not just doing that internally, but you are allowing that yourself to be a vibrant expression of that connection, that is being free. And it may be helpful to think about it. Well, what is not being free? Mm-hmm. Not being free is having your voice suppressed. Not being free is suppressing your emotions and kind of harboring all of that. We talked about grief earlier today, and some of the things that we might feel ashamed about, and not letting that be released from our bodies. Free Black womanhood to me is owning your voice. Anybody watch The Little Mermaid? Find your voice. Find your voice. The power to be in your body, but also utilize your voice, even if it shakes, even if you are nervous, even if you are afraid. The fact that you have a voice and that you are using it is an act of resistance, and it is an expression of your liberation, because not a lot of people have that privilege. And when I think about creating a lifestyle of joy and liberation, I've actually spoken on this before about what is pleasure as a daily practice. So joy and liberation as a daily practice for me is, again, it's rest. Rest, like the nap ministry always tells us, is resistance. It is a revolution. I love my naps. My mama calls me, what she call me, Sleeping Beauty. I'm the nap queen. I'm all the things because I love me some rest. I recognize that when I'm not rested, I am not my best self. I don't think clearly. my emotions are all over the place. My family is not, too thrilled with me. And it's just not a good time for anybody. So I know that I'm practicing and creating a lifestyle of joy and liberation when I am prioritizing my rest. I know that I am creating a lifestyle of joy and liberation when I take time out to do things that bring me pleasure. So that looks like being outside during the warmer months. It's cold right now, so I kind of have to force myself to go outside. But even in that, I do find joy in going outside to move my body when I get stagnant inside the house. It looks like having a daily ritual or many daily rituals, whether it's putting on makeup or even just like caring for my skin, my hair. And I've changed my hair so many different times. When we were in Costa Rica, it was red and it was shorter, and I had it. Yes. So taking care of yourself, internally, externally, especially on the things that you do on a day-to-day basis. Like when you really break things down to the very like intricate minutia of what you do on a day-to-day basis, stuff that you don't even really think about. From the time you wake up in the morning, like what are you doing? And not just the things you're doing in your business, but like how do you take care of yourself? And then on the liberation side, I think the biggest thing for me in the past, I don't know, since I've become a business owner, I'll say, is having some boundaries. We talked about people pleasing earlier in the forum. We talked about, having to set those boundaries very clearly with other folks, and not to push people away, but this is a way to protect ourselves and to protect our joy and liberation. I can't be a free Black woman if I'm doing everything else for everybody else before I've taken care of myself, before I've advocated for myself, before I've advocated for my sisters, because it's not just me that I'm speaking up for. I'm advocating for all Black women. That's why we're here. That's why we were selected to come and speak on joy and liberation. So in a nutshell, I would say free Black womanhood for me is absolutely being in tune with myself. And we can talk about that a little later. And also having the audacity to use my voice to advocate for myself and my sisters.
Mm-hmm. I would say for me, it is about having the fuck it in your system. I've said this many times to people who know me, because what happens when we as Black women try to assert ourselves, we will hit a wall, and that wall can be family, that wall can be church, that wall can be society, that wall can be social media, it could be anything that is telling us that we are not fitting into the space which we are given. And if you cannot fit into that space where we are supposed to be, you are not valuable. And so I tell my clients, I tell everyone who I speak to, Black women, because I only shoot Black women, that you have to have the fuck it in your system, because you are your longest and most expensive relationship. And so any time that you spend getting to be your favorite version of yourself is never money, time wasted, because if you are learning to grow and love yourself and give yourself that grace and that spirit and that time, then that's it. That's enough. Like we talk about pleasure so much, because I always say pleasure is your birthright. And I got that from my really good sister, Camilla Davis, and understanding how pleasure exists outside of the bedroom. And one thing that she always stressed to me is if you cannot give voice to what you feel that is pleasurable in the bedroom, you cannot give voice in what is pleasurable outside of the space either. So understanding like, what are your needs? How can I get to my needs? And what are those wants? And why can't I have those things? Why is it that if I want them, I'm seen as selfish? And is it selfish, or is it just that you can't provide it for me, or you think I don't deserve it? And so for me, being a free Black woman is saying I deserve it, because if I am in this space where I can do it for myself, if you can do it too, that's amazing. But if you don't want to, that's fine, because I am still going to take this moment. I'm still going to take the pause. I'm still going to be in a space where I am connected with my mind, my body, and my spirit. And for me, that is enough. Like, it is enough to just be. I don't need to do anything else. I don't need to act as anyone else. I don't need to code switch. I can just be myself. And for me, for a lot of people, I know that's liberation, because sometimes we can't do that because of our roles in society, because of our jobs, because of our family, because of how we are in certain spaces. So being able to say and be myself is for me an act of liberation, because people will say, I ain't never seen nobody do that. But I feel like because you did that, and because you're very vocal about it, and there's no shame in sharing our stories, because when we have shame, that means that we feel guilty about the things that we've gone through, instead of just being in a space to say, it happened. This is what it was. It doesn't change who I am as a person. It just means that this is what happened. And so for me, that's something that I always want to express and share out, to say, liberation doesn't happen. Being free doesn't just happen with just one person. There is no joy in being the only one. There is no joy in being the one that made it and everyone else is behind you and they're still struggling to get there. Now, I ain't going to say everybody can go, because I don't believe in that. Some of y'all need to get left behind. I say that all the time. Everybody can't go. But for the ones who understand reciprocity, for the ones who understand radical self-care, radical being in community, that those are the people that we can say we are in a space of freedom together. And if you show up for me, I'm going to show up for you. So for me, that's what being a free and liberated Black woman means.
I'm glad that you said that everybody can't go part, because that is a part of a lifestyle of joy and liberation is recognizing that you are constantly growing. Like, you are constantly experiencing growth, mind, body, soul. And because of that, that means you are shedding versions of yourself. You're shedding old relationships. You're shedding habits and things that no longer serve you. And that in itself is a space of grief. But there's always joy after that. There's always joy after that. I remember when we were in Costa Rica, I was telling you and LaShawn, I was like, I just feel that there's a change coming for me. And the change came, but it wasn't quite exactly what I thought it was. But because I was open to being in the space of growth and allowing, something better to happen, I had to go through that process. I definitely experienced liberation even before I experienced the joy. And I think that's also something that I think I didn't realize, like, that they would be fragmented in that way for that period of time. Like, you may not always, like, liberation isn't always feel joyful. And when I think about that, I think about even just people who are fighting for liberation politically and socially, for human rights even. Like, that type of liberation may not feel like joy, and it may feel like a fight, and it may feel like, they are up against some really indomitable forces, but they are so connected to the mission and they are so connected to the end result that they know, even if they don't experience joy for themselves, that somebody will, because they have put themselves on the line to start the conversation, to continue moving forward. And I feel this way about us in the space of pleasure, especially for Black women, in that there are so many things that we are up against when what seems like a very natural way to just exist and just be in the world, like, it's still very radical. It's still very radical to just be yourself.
Yeah. And
I don't know, that it's mind blowing to me sometimes, but then I also recognize that it's beautiful too. When I talk to, some of my girlfriends and, we're talking about our day to day, and like, oh girl, I'm tired and I did this and that and the third. And then a man came home, then he wanted something to eat. And how was your day? And it wasn't like that, but I'm not ashamed of it either. I'm not going to diminish my joy, my liberation. And I think that's the what is the word I'm looking for? Just like, whoop, the lie is that we have to be quiet about our joy. The lie is that we have to be quiet about the things that we feel good about and that make us feel good and allow us to experience pleasure. I'm very grateful for that joy because I remember times when I did not have it.
Yep.
When you talk about creating a lifestyle of joy, you have to be very intentional about celebrating the things that you are joyful about, even when everybody else in your circle is not experiencing that, because maybe that's the key that you need to switch up the circle. You know what I mean?
True. I think that's one thing that, like, as we move into talking about the second thing is the fulfillment part of that. Like what you were saying, how your friend is talking about going to work and then coming home. So she's serving one and then coming home to serve another. And in that space, it does come up like, how are you serving yourself? And if you are not serving yourself, is the person that you are in community with serving you, or are they only serving their own needs? Which is something that, as I said before, as especially if you're the older sister, especially if you are the oldest one, those things come up and you have to fight against that sense of, I guess, loyalty, to say that this is what I should be doing because this is what I'm here for. This is my fulfillment. I'm supposed to fulfill this role. And if I'm not, then again, I have no value in society because society tells me this is my role. And for us, we have been put in so many roles that if, like you said, if you go against that, it seems like it's radical, but it really isn't, because we've always done these things. But we just, I guess, at this point, we've just never been able to express them so loudly. Because we've all had women in our lives, in our families, who have bucked the system. And our families have spoken about them many times in negative ways or derogatory ways. But it's like, but no, that person was the black sheep of the family, but that person was breaking generational curses. And so that fulfillment that they felt like they didn't get from their family, they found it. They made their own and they did what they were supposed to do. So I guess we can switch into that fulfillment outside of money and men. That's what we talked about. So money and men are just, for some reason, they seem to go hand in hand. And I see that now on social media, where there is a major shift in this manosphere, red pill stuff. And a lot of women are like, I'm just tired. Like, I'm really just tired. I'm just tired. And these things are happening and this incompetence that's happening. And I'm just going to focus on myself. So I think that fulfillment is something that we also need to talk about when we talk about joy and liberation.
Absolutely. Money and men. Where do we begin? When I think about this, especially as it relates to this topic, because our love lives, our relationships outside of romantic relationships and partnerships, our business lives, and the way that we just generate income. For a lot of Black women, and I will speak from my own experience here, and if you relate or resonate, definitely share in the comments. The reason why money and men are kind of very likened in this conversation is because it represents a sense of stability. And we're just talking about general polarities of energies, masculine and feminine, not based on gender or gender roles, but just the idea of the polarity. Like when you said Black women say, I am tired, that means I want to rest. Mm-hmm. I want to rest. And in a lot of cases, the rest is not able to happen in a way that is very sustainable or nourishing, because you got to get back up and get back to work, because there's still bills to pay. There's still children to feed. There's still clients to serve. Where is the space to rest? Which is why, we look to have that polarity balanced with money and men, because that represents money and men specifically, but that represents a security and a stability that helps us to become back in balance and harmonize us in our space, so that we can recharge and rest enough to show up in a way that is more sustainable. So, and it's funny because I'm married, and I still have a lot of women come to my studio, or even like women who are a part of my community, even though I don't necessarily talk about finding a man or finding, or making certain amounts of money or whatever, because I know that I seek a life of joy and pleasure. I know that means I need to seek some balance, and I know that means that um, I have to marry my desire to be very flowy and creative and sensual and just free with a another space where I do need to be more structured and more analytical and logical, so that the balance can exist. It makes sense. Like, it's not just, oh well, this person just needs this thing in their life. Like, we all are seeking balance in one way or another. And I think when you think we talked about money and men, how those exist, whether it's the men in our lives who are our brothers, our fathers, our uncles, like, still having them represent that sense of protection and stability helps us to exist more in our divine feminine essence, and that allows us to experience joy and liberation in a way that is just, it doesn't require us to be like hustling in the sense of just moving just to move. But I would love to hear your thoughts on that too, Alicia.
I think that, as for what we see for Black culture, which is changing right now, I honestly will say, I think it's changing for across the world for women and how they interact with the men in our lives. I think that what is happening is why we see such a big shift to saying that if you don't have this person in your life, this man in your life, then you are missing something. And I think that's something that a lot of women are pushing back on now and saying, but I am fulfilled by just being myself. I am fulfilled because I have people around me that honor who I am at this moment in my life. And I know for Black women, there's always this push. We see it to say, are you married? If you're not married, then something is wrong. Why don't you have kids? But if you have too many kids, then it's a problem. And so it's like you can't win either way. So that's why I always say, like, have the fuck it in your system, because they are going to judge you either way. And so what my thing is, when you are creating community, you have to create community with other women. So we put a lot of emphasis on romantic relationships. This is just in America in general. We put a lot of emphasis on having a romantic partner, so much so that we don't feel like we are fulfilled if we do not have a romantic partner. And that could be heterosexual or not. But what I really want us to focus on in that fulfillment space is, how are you connecting with other women in your community? How are you showing up for them? Almost as if you were showing up for a romantic partner, going out on dates, going on trips together, having these things where you're just talking, you're sharing the emotional load. Also, you should have a therapist as well. But taking time away from trying to find a romantic partner and finding that fulfillment, but finding that fulfillment in your relationships with other people who happen to look like you. And I think that's something that we need to push back on when people are so gung-ho about, here are 10 reasons why you haven't found that person yet. And like, it's always a list of things that you need to do for yourself to find this person, instead of just saying, I'm okay. Like, I'm going to go and do hobbies and things that bring me joy. And then I can find those people who also feel the same way. And that brings me fulfillment. I don't have to wait for this imaginary partner to come to go on trips, to decide that I want to build a staircase. I don't know, whatever. It could be anything. Because I see that sometimes, and it really does. It hurts me that I see people on social media, especially Black women, say, I am going to do this, but I'm waiting for my partner. I saw a lady say she was waiting to go to Italy to go with her husband. And I was like, girl, if you don't take that trip, like, what? And I think that's something that we get caught up in. Like, we get caught up in these moments where these things have to take place in order to do these things. But it's just be in the moment. That's how I feel. Have parameters, like you said, have structure, but still be in that moment with the people who show up for you. It doesn't have to be a romantic partner.
When you were talking, Alicia, it made me think about I have a program called Rebel, which is Awakening the Dark Feminine. And it's very much in alignment with this because in this program, we're talking about when you're so focused and dedicated to what's before you, what your goals are, inevitably the desires of your heart are going to manifest. Mm-hmm. Now, it only happens though. This is called the law of detachment. It only happens when you let go of that thing. You have to release your grip on it, that tight grip that you have on wanting that job, that man, this income month, whatever the thing is, right? Like you have to release the grip and the hold that you have on it so that you can be free, be liberated to experience the joy that comes, even if you don't have it right now. Yes, surrender. You have to surrender to it. Inevitably, the people who are watching you are going to see that you are focused and they see what you are aligning yourself to. They're going to see that you're in the gym. You see that you're going to, that you're out with trips with your girls and that you like to have, and all the other things that people feel like they have to showcase and put on this like pedestal to, okay, well, here's what I bring to the table type conversations, right?
That's a whole nother conversation.
I know. I almost didn't say it. I was like, ugh, it just wants to come out. But the fact that you are living your life, you are aligning yourself to the things that you enjoy and not letting these things that you want stop you from doing that. Man, like that's a whole lesson and journey in and of itself. But you have to let go. You have to release it, Sabrina. That's correct. Like you have to release it. Otherwise, what you're doing is you are telling God, the universe, your source, you're telling God, like, I am going to control how this is going to happen. And if it doesn't go my way, then this is just not going to go. And what you're doing, it's just not going to go. It's just not going to happen because you're not letting all the beautiful things that are conspiring in your favor happen because you are so rigid and stuck on it has to be this way. The beauty in a lifestyle of joy is that you just accept things as they are. It is what it is. You accept what is as it is in this moment, today and now. And because of that, you can experience joy today. Even if everything around you does not look exactly how you want it to look, you are able to find and experience pleasure and joy in those moments. It's like going outside, and even though it's freezing cold outside, I went on a walk the other day with my dog, you can probably hear in the background at some point. And I found, like, out of all the dead things that we saw on our walk, leaves and bushes and things like that, grass even, there was this one flower that I saw growing out of the concrete in the road. And it was beautiful. It was pink and orange. I'm like, oh my gosh, like, what is that? What is that? I stopped to just, it was like this big. I stopped, I took a picture of it, and I'm like, thank you. I found something beautiful in this moment. I didn't even want to go on this walk today because it's cold. I'm gonna keep complaining about it being cold. It was cold, but I needed to walk. I needed to get outside. And there were some other amazing things that happened on that walk too. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, the lifestyle is not the things that you necessarily, the specific activities that you are doing, but it's the mindset in recognizing things that bring you joy, even in those small moments, and recognizing that you are worthy of them and that they are here and now. Sorry,
no, that was like, yes, that's listen. And this is funny because just you talking about going to walk. I ain't walking because it's cold as shit out here. Like, I'm not about that life. I get
I'm in South Carolina, so it's a little bit warmer than where it is with you at.
Yeah, nah, I'm good. But within that space, we see Sabrina say, after 2 years of trying to force control, I'm learning to let go and free flow. And I think sometimes when we are, like I said earlier, trusting yourself and trusting that your emotions are your own, and setting up those boundaries for yourself and then those rules and standards for others, which goes into what we spoke about, which is something that Latoya said. She said, be okay with being the villain in someone else's story. And that is like, when you said that, I was like, I gotta write this down, girl, because that is such a moment when you start to realize, like, it doesn't matter what I say or do, this person or these people or society is going to see what I do as a problem, and I am going to be villainized for this. So I just need to do what makes sense for me. As I always say, as long as I am not harming anyone or myself, then I am okay to do what makes sense for me. I am okay to live in the way that makes sense for me, because as I said, I am my longest and most expensive relationship. At the end of the day, I have to live with my choices. I have to live with myself. And the only thing that I can control are my emotions and my body. Those are the only two things that I have complete control over. And so if I am the villain in your story, then so be it.
That right there, that is a whole masterclass on liberation, being the villain in somebody else's story. I remember a couple of years ago, somebody asked in one of the earlier segments about how to get in tune with your body or how to get in tune with yourself. And for me, that is literally like listening to my body. So, before I get on calls or even, today, I have a little bit of like jitters and nerves, which is why I was moving. I had to dance it out a little bit, right? I know that same thing happens when there's a conversation that I know that needs to happen and it hasn't yet happened yet. And I know this person probably not gonna like what I say, but I need to say it because I'm not gonna keep this tension in my body. It's gonna manifest as a headache. It's gonna manifest as some other sort of ailment that I ain't got time for. Healthcare in America is trash. So like I need to do what I need to do and deal with what I need to deal with in order to take care of myself. And part of that is having those hard conversations and sometimes being okay with being a villain in somebody else's story. That conversation happened. And as soon as I said the words, basically to the effect that this relationship has ended, it was just instant. Like instantly, I felt a relief. I've never felt that before, but it showed me a powerful lesson because that person they were not happy with me. But guess what? I felt good. I felt good. I felt so much better. It had to be said. And, I was okay with letting it be what it was. Again, surrendering to what was. And ever since then, I just really honored that. Like if I have to be the bad guy, the bad girl, whatever, I'm okay with that. And then also I do this, and this is just kind of like a tip or a tool if you want to use this. I've learned from a lot of different people, and I love taking lessons from Beyonce. And she talks about her alter ego, Sasha Fierce. So Sasha Fierce comes out, and she is an amazing performer. You can see the expressions on her face change in contrast to like how you see Beyonce like when she did interview, or when she's speaking about certain things. It's just a different energy. It's a different presence. And she talks about how Sasha Fierce is the one who is very perfectionistic, and when she's trying to make sure these shows are on point and get every detail right, that's Sasha Fierce that comes out. And so I've adopted the same sort of analogy, is creating an alter ego, to where if Latoya does not want to take the brunt of the responsibility of hurting people's feelings and being the villain in their story, it's not going to be Latoya. That was not Latoya who said that. I am so sorry. That wasn't her. But the person who said that meant what they said. And I can't take it back. I cannot take it back, because I don't want to show up inauthentic. That is still a part of me, not a part of me that it exists everywhere all the time, but it is a space within me that knows that in order for me to continue living authentically as myself, in order for me to still be able to experience this liberation in the way that I want to, and then ultimately seek joy, I have to show up as her. I had to learn that not only in my relationships, but in my business, because I had people who I was paying money and they were not doing what they needed to do, wasting my hard-earned money. Oh, no, no, no. We can, no, no. So my alter ego has to show up and stand on business, because I do not like when my structures are crumbling, when the stability that I created for myself is being wasted or utilized in a way that doesn't pour back into me. You have to make it make sense. And so being a villain in somebody else's story is okay. Like, it's okay. I grew up in a household where we made the peace. We made the peace with other people, but we were creating chaos within ourselves. And I've had health issues. Like last year, I celebrated my birthday in the hospital, in the emergency room. I can no longer afford, not only for myself, but for my family and everybody else who depends on me, but mostly for myself. I cannot afford to not show up for myself in the ways that I need to. Because when I'm gone, I'm gone. And what do I have left to show for it? I want my life to be a living testament of my expression of joy and liberation in a way that honored me completely. And that's a legacy that I want to leave, which is why, I do what I do. But I'm going to hop off my soapbox. But just know that if you get that version of me, whew, I love you and I mean it.
But I'm going to talk about you later. But no, it's just interesting that one of the things that I don't think a lot of Black women realize is when we take on ownership of other people's feelings, that makes our feelings be neglected. And what then happens is that, like you said, our bodies internalize that, and we start to see that with heart trouble. We start to see that with jaw trouble. We start to see that with hair loss. We start to see that with our skin. Like, we start to see our body breaking down. There's no physical reason why. It is honestly a lot of the mental gymnastics that we do in order to make others feel that they are okay, even when we ourselves are not well. And then the people who are supposed to show up for us, who are supposed to give us that space to rest, are not doing that because their feelings are of the utmost importance. So that's why I always say it's important to understand your boundaries. One of the things that I find is that we are good with setting boundaries. Like, we don't have no problems with saying, this is my boundary, this is what it is, I'm sticking to it. Me and them, we sticking beside it. The trouble that truly comes in is when we reinforce those boundaries, especially when we're dealing with families, especially when we're dealing with significant others, especially when we're dealing with people who we've known for years and years and years. Like you said, you have to be this other person to tell that person, like, this ain't it for me. I'm sorry, I can't do this. And I think that when we get to that point of, this is my boundary, this is what that boundary is supposed to be, this is how it looks. I think that's one of the things, like we talk about, like mental gymnastics, is we have to give ourselves situations where these boundaries come into space, into place, and say, this is what it looks like when I reinforce it. Because sometimes we get into those moments where we're like, we know that phrase, if a would, we wish. But then it happens, and then our mind just goes like that flight or fight response happens, and we run, and we allow them to keep doing these things over and over and over again until we start to break down mentally and physically. And that person, they're resting in their joy. They feel liberated because they like, I did this over and over again, and this person is still rocking with me 10 toes down, so I'm good. And so it's not enough to have a boundary. It is enough to, how does this boundary become reinforced for you when this person toes the line, when they step over the line? For me, and when it comes to boundaries, if I have said for myself, because boundaries are for you, and then the rules and the standards are for others. And if you have that and someone has decided to step over that, it's now you now on time. It's like you have 30 seconds to tell this person, this is what happened, this is how I felt when you did this. If this happens again, this is the consequence. I am no longer a part of your life. Or if it's dealing with family, I am no longer going to be, you're no longer going to have access to me as you do. Like, these are the times that I will speak to you. These are the times that I will interact with you. But this open access that you had is no longer available to you anymore. And we really have to stand on that. And I think that's something that sometimes we don't want to, because our families and our community plays a major part in how we show up. Like, the world we know is not set up for us. So when we make those connections with people, those connections, when we sever those connections, it is a death. Like, it is a death, and you are grieving. And once you are in that space of grieving, you're like, maybe it wasn't that bad. Maybe I could go back and have this moment. But you really have to liberate yourself from those thoughts and those patterns, because that person is learning those patterns as you are continuing on this journey of, I'm not going to put myself first because this person is more important than me. I value this person more than I value myself. So boundaries are your love letter to yourself. Boundaries are the way that you show yourself that you love you, truly, deeply, unconditionally love you. And if you are not able to do that, then you can get help. You can ask others who you know who are like, girl, I say boundaries all the time. Like, as soon as that's it. So you need to have those people in your life, or go to therapy so you can set up those things to have that joy. Because when you set up those boundaries, it's like, I don't have to deal with this. I don't. And that's more than enough to say, I don't have to deal with this. I'm looking at what they said. Boundaries are a love letter to yourself. That's true. Had to stand on them with my family for the past 2 years. It wasn't easy in the beginning, but it feels liberating now. Yes. Family can try your patience because they know all the buttons to push. They've been with you, so they know.
Yes. And I was speaking to somebody else about this recently too. One of the most difficult boundaries that I've had to set was with my own mother. We talk about relationships with other Black women. That's usually our first one. And boy, let me tell you.
Listen.
I know a whole other conversation, but that's still very much a part of creating that lifestyle of joy and liberation, and understanding that the boundaries that we set can sometimes fall with our family, and specifically our parents. And a relationship with your mother can be a very complicated one to do that, especially if you grow up in a household where saying how you feel or what you like and what you don't like to your parents was not really the floor that you had. And hopefully we grow and we learn, and our parents are willing to grow and learn with us. Not everybody has the access and the opportunity to do that, but it doesn't mean that we still cannot have that for ourselves.
Yep. It looks like a lot of people are saying the same thing. Like, the biggest boundaries is with their mothers. And I think that for Black women, we've heard that term where we say Black women coddle their sons and raise their daughters, and that is across like the diaspora. We see that many times where we see where women will put their girl children into situations and things because they want them to be grown, but then they don't want them to be too grown. But then they don't want them to have that designation in the house. But then they give them the responsibilities of doing things in the house, but you can't go outside. It's funny because it reminds me of a story. When I was in education, I had a parent. She used to get on my good nerves. And her oldest daughter would come to school. They would always come to school late. And her oldest daughter was the mother. Like, her oldest daughter was the mother of all of them. I think it was at least 4 of them. And we had to give her the time when she came to school to come down from being an adult. And we went to middle school. So it wasn't like this is high school, this is middle school. And so she had to take that moment to just come down of saying, I'm no longer an adult. I am now in child mode because I've been given the responsibility to be an adult because my mother cannot and will not take this role on. And it was interesting watching the dynamics of that and watching the dynamics of that mother with that child when the mother did come in and the way that she would carry on. And I'm like, but that's their mother. Like, you might have birthed them, but that is their mother. And that's something that I think for a lot of Black people, like you said, that back talk, like you're just a child, but children have feelings. Children should be honored just like we honor ourselves. We should be able to express, they should be able to express their feelings and say how they feel. But that's a whole nother topic for another day, because that's a whole nother thing that we know how Black people feel about children.
Yes. Alicia, let's bring it back home, because we are both in the space of body liberation through our artistry as boudoir photographers. So when I think about liberation within my own body, it is a daily pleasure practice, daily pleasure practice. And when I say a daily pleasure practice, say that 5 times fast, daily pleasure practice. It's literally from the time that I lift my head up off my pillow to the time that I go back to sleep. Everything that I do, I want to be intentional about, and especially in relationship with my body.
Yes.
When I'm thirsty, I have this ready because I know that I'm going to need to wet the back of my throat so that I don't have a little, crackly voice or whatever, but also because I know that staying hydrated does wonders for my body. I know that taking care of my skin makes me feel good. Shout out to Alexis. I use her skincare line. I know that meditation helps me to clear this overly active mind that's always constantly thinking new ideas. I'm thinking about, what do I want to post on my Instagram, or what is the next event, or whatever the next thing is, and allowing myself to come back in the present moment to be and exist. I'm utilizing my daily pleasure practice to recognize that I love to feel pleasure in my body, and I'm not going to wait for somebody else to experience that either. So let's go ahead and cultivate that experience as well. It's literally cultivating experiences in my life so that I don't have to wait for it to happen. I'm not waiting. I am choosing to do this. And not only am I choosing to do it, but I'm intentional about it so that I don't just accept what is given to me. I want it to be quality experiences. I want it to be quality moments where I feel at ease. I'm cultivating a lifestyle in which I love. Like, I love my home. I love my body. I love the skin that I'm in. And I celebrate it and I honor it, which is also why I love the space that I'm in as a boudoir photographer, because if I were not able to do that for myself, why would anybody else want to listen to me? Otherwise, I'm just a person with a camera in my hand, just snapping photos. And there's plenty of those out there. We know.
We know. We do know.
So being liberated in my body is being in tune with my body. Being liberated in my body is taking care of my body. And also just celebrating it and adorning it however I see fit, which is why I believe that beauty is also a great pleasure practice as well. Beauty is not just this vanity thing where you just try to look good for. I really don't do this for other people. I do this for me. So let me know what your thoughts are on experiencing joy and liberation in your body.
That's what I was about to say. I just put in the chat that I'm going to give y'all some steps, because I think that sometimes we have these conversations and there is a disconnect in what does that look like, not just for me, but when you are in practice for yourself, like what does that look like? Because like I say to my clients, I'm not a big lingerie person. I'm a robe, like, give me a robe and I'm good. But I think that with that, I always say, what is your version of sexy to you? And if it's not lingerie, it's not lingerie. It could be whatever. So I feel the same way about getting into your body. I think that one of the things that you have to understand is you have to start with your senses, because that's the easiest thing that most people know is I know my sense of touch, taste, smell. Like those things are where you should really start with this practice of what are the smells that when you smell it, you're like, damn. Like, how you're walking and you just smell somebody and you're like, I know, I don't even know what they look like, but if they turn around, I know they're beautiful because that smell is amazing. So I want you to get like a sense of what is that scent for you that makes you feel like I smell good. Like I could just walk in here and everybody would be on top of me because I smell that good. I think that's the first thing. What is that signature scent for you? The next thing is for touch. I love silk robes. I absolutely love. If I could just wear silk robes all day, I would do that. So for you, what is that fabric choice that for you makes you feel like sexy in your body? You're like, if I just put this on, you can't tell me nothing. I can wear this all day. I can go out, and that confidence that I have will be structured in a way where you could tell me that I look like Oscar the Grouch, and I'd be like, you're lying, because I got this on and I feel good in it. The next thing is with that sense of with when you're hearing things, like what are those sounds and those music that really gets you? I know for me, sound is a big thing for me. So there are certain things I cannot listen to because my body will start to tense up, and I'm like, I don't like that. Like, I'm not a horror movie person, but if I hear like, that noise that's like that danger is coming, I'm like, turn it. I don't even want to know what's going on. I don't even care if it's a thriller. Please turn it, because I don't want to listen to it. So especially in the morning, like starting your day with a sound or a song that gets you into the space where you're like, I feel joy. This song brings me joy. Right now for me, it's a song, Mount Everest Don't Got Shit on Me. I don't even know if that's the title, but in my mind, that makes sense. That song, don't laugh at me because I know, no, I don't. If you ask me who this person is, I'd be like, that white lady that be on that show. You don't talk about, but the gray hair. That's how my thought process is. But having that song that is like, even if you can change your alarm, if you have to get up with an alarm, that take that sound and make it so when you get up, it's like, oh, I'm waking up with this. And then for taste, I feel like when you really start to take better care of yourself and you start to nourish your body, you won't want to put things into your mouth that don't nourish who you are as a person, that don't nourish your body. And I know that also can be privileged. Like there are things that I can have because I have privilege, but there also is that way, like you said, with the water. I know that the water is going to nourish me. So I know that's something I should have every day. Even if you're not a water drinker, you can spice it up and put some other stuff in it. And that'll be how you nourish your body. That should be that pleasure for you. When you bring all of those sense of smell, sound, taste, touch together, like all of those things culminate into you feeling joy and liberation in those moments. So even if you are not able to do it every day, you can do one of those 5 senses in a week and say, today I'm tapping into my sense of touch. So I'm going to close my eyes and feel how this feels going over my body. I'm going to tap into how my skin, because your skin is your largest organ, So it makes sense to put things on your body that feel good. It says romanticizing my day-to-day life by my own terms. Exactly. I see this all the time on social media. I'm romancing my life, and they going to Target. But they going to Target, and that's romancing their life for them. And I'm here for it. Like, however you want to romanticize your life, do that. Because that allows you to say, I'm showing up as myself. And if I want to go to Target and have on a full ball gown, I'm going to do that. That's what, to me, feels good. That's what makes me and my body feel like I have these moments of joy. Like, I always think about when you see little kids and their emotions and their actions with their bodies, and they get so excited they start like shaking. Like, that moment is what I want you to internalize. You might not have to shake, but just have that moment of, this brings me full body joy.
Ooh, you talk about children, and my daughter is actually a very instrumental player in my lessons on joy and liberation, because she's very expressive. She's very she loves to express her joy. She will squeal. She literally will squeal in joy when she is so happy about something. And to me, I know. And to me, that is just the most beautiful expression of being just self-expressed in such an uninhibited way that a child has to remind me that this exists and it can happen. And you too can choose to express and live in your joy in this way. Yes, so many lessons in that. And I love that you brought it all home with the focusing on our senses. That is literally how we get to the word sensuality. It's being in touch with your senses and recognizing how each of those plays into your daily pleasure practice and romanticizing your life in that way. So that you realize that you don't have to necessarily buy all these products or go on the trips to experience, even though we will. Yes. we will, but also ensuring that you see that what you desire is already here. You have everything that you need. And to me, that is where joy really comes in, is recognizing I have everything that I need right here. And still have the desire for more, but knowing that what you have right now does not make you any less worthy than what you want to get in the years to come. We are never late. We are always right where we need to be, and you can find joy in that. That gratitude is really what helps me focus on my joy. Remembering that, I am so much closer, or I'm so much farther on my journey than I think I am if I look at myself a year ago, because I'm the only person I'm comparing myself to. And that's another thing. When you remove that comparison, you really start to experience that sense of joy too. But if I'm just comparing myself to where I was a year ago, I recognize that there's so much to be grateful for, so much to celebrate in this moment.
I love that. I think that's one of the things, like I have a joy journal, and that is to go back, because I'm that person. I do one thing, then I'm gone. I'm like, okay, what's next? And just like what we talked about, that pause, just pausing and being in that moment of this is nice. Like just looking around, like I really did this. Like this is something that I never thought or even dreamed that I was able to do. It doesn't matter how small it is. And just being in that moment, I think is amazing. Does anybody have, we say gratitude equals fast manifestations, true shit. Any questions for us that they have? I know we gave a lot of information. I know we was kikiing it up. But does anyone have any questions? And while you're putting those questions in, I am going to ask you, sis, what is the one thing that you hope people have taken from our conversation? Girl, you hear me?
Oh, you talking to me? I was giving the people some peace and quiet while they think about their answers. Don't mind me. I literally live in my own world sometimes.
He was like, yeah.
I'm telling you, daily pleasure practice. I'm like, okay. What do I hope people take away from this conversation? Honestly, it's just getting in tune with yourself and your body. I think that is just the basis and the foundation of everything we've talked about today. In this form of wellness, you cannot be well if you are not connected to yourself mentally, spiritually, emotionally, physically. Connecting with yourself and listening to your body. That's my piece. I drifted off the. I did. I ain't gonna lie.
Listen, that's how us creatives can be, because I'll talk to people and then I'm like, hold on. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let me go ahead. Let me do this. So I get it. I completely get it. I think for me, it really is to center yourself in your life. I don't care if you have babies, if you have a spouse, if you have familial obligations, career obligations, you are your longest and most expensive relationship. At the end of the day, you are the person who has to live up to your own expectations. And if you are not meeting them, then you have to decide on what are the steps to get to that point, because no one else can take this journey with you. They can go alongside of you, but they cannot live your life for you or your journey for you. And I think that's one thing that I just want all of us to have. Like, you got to have that fuck it in your system. Like, hey, and like you said, be the villain in someone else's story. If you are not harmful to them or yourself, it's okay. And we thank y'all for your comments and concerns. Like the mine always look real flicked, so I just be like, kudos to you.
I know what you mean. Thank you, sister. I love you. I appreciate this. Thank you, LaShawn, for the invitation to join the conversation. This has been amazing.
Not the face. Not the
I'm
face.
over here like a proud auntie, like, this was so warm. Like, it was. I already knew. I told y'all from the beginning, like, I knew that these were the perfect two for this conversation, because even from the very beginning, when y'all defined what Black womanhood, free Black womanhood looks like, it's just like y'all set the tone. And I feel like there were plenty of moments of realization from the comments, and also confirmation for a lot of people, for a lot of the things that y'all spoke about, and letting them know that it's, like y'all said, it's okay to set the boundaries. It's okay to be the villain in the story. Is like every component of this conversation to me is just, it was truly heartfelt. So I'm extremely grateful. Thank you, LaToya. Thank you, Alicia, for just being dope, beautiful women. Y'all stay connected with these two, because they're everything. They will have you cackling, and they will have you feeling like you really got to get your life together all in the same day. Like, and I truly, truly appreciate and value everything that y'all pour into Black women, because we need it. Y'all are, honestly, just essential. Even the spaces that y'all are creating. If you are in South Carolina, please go visit LaToya at Greenville Boudoir. It's back open, and all the things are happening now. I'm excited. I love seeing it. You posted about shoots, I feel like. Was it shoots? It's something you just posted about that you said was available.
Me? Yeah, the sessions are always open, but I just started a coaching cohort that begins next week. So
yeah, I saw something say 1-on-1. I think it was like you had one slot left.
Oh yeah. So I have to be myself fully all the time. So in addition to being a photographer and coach, I support other creatives who are building their own visions, acting as like their creative director of operations, because I have an engineering background. So I'm all things process improvement, all things supply chain management. And so I still need to flex that part of my brain and have spaces to support folks in that and add value to their vision as well. So I do have one more spot for this quarter, for anyone who needs some support in basically brain dumping everything that you want to do in your business, and knowing that you can't do it all tomorrow or yesterday, and helping you create a plan. Usually it's like a 2-year plan, because we always want to do the most. Like we just do, and it's okay. We just can't do it all in one day. So that's what I support in helping writing the vision and making it plain so that you can go execute.
I love it. I appreciate you, LaToya and Alicia.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. I'm gonna, Alicia, I'm like, don't go nowhere, girl. We ain't finished.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm taking you there. I'm gonna go with Sierra right now, y'all. So we are entering the last part of this beautiful event, and I truly, truly hope that y'all have taken from this, because the point was to pour into y'all today, pour into Black women, give Black women the advice, their encouragement, the practices, the strategies, all that you need to truly make your life feel like it's worth living, to make it a very liberated space, a space for you to exist unapologetically Like I put it in the chat when they ask what free Black womanhood is to me, is unapologetic. We shrink ourselves too much. We apologize too much. We carry everybody else's weight and feel like that's how life is supposed to be, and it's not. So what I wanted to do was wrap this with somewhat of a planning session, and some of the panelists from all throughout today are going to come in. Everybody has a resource that they're going to share, and I'm going to drop it in the chat for y'all for each actual resource, so you can know, exactly. You can follow along. And the first one is, we can get off with Sierra. So Sierra, I'm going to get out your way, sis, and I'm going to let you have it, and y'all just look forward to this in the chat.
All right, y'all. This has been a wonderful day and a great way to start your 2024. I would like to just give you all a digital copy of my workbook called Your Life Aesthetics. This workbook is a self-guided workbook, kind of a way for you to be real with yourself. And I created this when I was thinking about, okay, if people can't afford therapy, or if they can't afford to work with me in any capacity, how can they get access to kind of going a little bit deeper with themselves and be a little bit more intentional? And that's exactly what it does. There's a lot of resources and information, journal prompts, self-care bingo, worksheets in there, explaining what boundaries look like, talking about triggers, a lot of information that allows you to kind of get a little bit deeper into yourself and what you are navigating in your life. And so if you're in a space where you're, again, not ready to go to therapy, or you just want to use something that gives you a space to just kind of be 100 with yourself, this is a great resource for you to do that. The information that's in the workbook is out of date. However, it's listed on my website, and then which has all of my updated information on it. So feel free to use the resource. Let it be of value. If you have any questions or anything, please reach out to me. I'm not one of those people who are like, gonna say you gotta pay to talk to me. Now, if we talk about therapy, that's different, but just to be a resource, I'm always happy to do that. But I hope that going through Your Life Aesthetics and using this in this event has helped you in some way, shape, or form to help you learn that you got to live, you got to learn, you got to heal, and you got to grow. So that's all I got for y'all today.
Thank you, sis. Thank you. And I dropped it in the chat, y'all. So if you, and then there'll be an email as well at the end of this, so you'll receive any of the resources that these beautiful ladies have for y'all to start implementing them and using them in your daily lives. Sierra, I truly appreciate you for being here today, taking the time out of your busy schedule.
As I'm writing somebody treatment.
Do you have any last words that you want to share before you get out of here?
I just want to give you your flowers. I think that this was so beautiful, and I'm always so proud of you. And, you get a front row seat for me, but I also get a front row seat to everything that you've done, and to create the space that you've created for Black Women Hustle is just amazing. And I'm always in awe at everything that you do. And this was really dope. And I'm so grateful to have been a part of it.
Thank you.
Shout out to you, sis.
Thanks. Y'all, Sierra's my tail, by the way. But I got my earrings from Mill on today. But Sierra's also my tail. But she's really, really, truly your mental health homegirl. And her evolution in itself is, I feel like you can do a case study on yourself, sis.
Okay. Coming soon. Okay. New book on the way.
So if you need mental health services or resources, I highly recommend reaching out to Sierra to help change your life and the trajectory of it, because it's necessary, especially in these times with all that we have experienced and all that is still transpiring in the world. Black women, protect your peace. Okay.
And don't just say it. You got to do it.
I appreciate you, sis. I love you, and thank you for being a part of the State of Alignment.
Yeah, I love you too, boo.
All right, y'all. Brooke got the baby with us, y'all.
Right. I'm like, and now I'm in full-fledged mama mode, and
we hold space for it. No, we hold space for it because I almost ended up with my 3-year-old nephew here too. So I can't even talk, girl. I truly appreciate you showing up in spite of that and being in mama mode and in work mode. I respect the hustle. I respect the time, the balance of it all. So I'll let you go ahead and take it from here, and I'll move out your way so you can explain what this dreams and rest worksheet is and how they can utilize it.
Yeah, so the Dreams and Rest workshop pretty much outside of like my intuitive readings that I do for people professionally and then just spiritually, I also help with people remembering how to dream and how to sleep more comfortably. I think a lot of times the reason we be burnt out and stuff during the day is because we're not getting the proper rest like beforehand. And so this worksheet is just going to show like a few like aromatherapy practices that you can utilize to help in your bedroom space. Really just cleaning underneath your beds, keeping fresh lavender in the area, lighting up fresh like a lavender candle or anything can help with aromatherapy and decluttering spaces to make your bedroom space feel more freer. It can also go into like lining up like your type of bed sheets and stuff like that, lighter colors, pastels, whites, things of that just allow you to sleep more peacefully. And then also praying before you rest and keeping a journal by your bed to write down your dreams or write down how you feel as you go to sleep. And then I just left like a piece of like a certain area where you can just write down what rest to you looks like, and just journal about that and meditate on it. And you can revisit this at any time if it develops or if it shifts or if it changes. But ultimately, it goes with this workshop that I do called My Ancestors Pillows, where I interpret dreams and help people really reclaim their power in the dream realm, because our ancestors were dreamers. They were able to get whatever rest they could in whatever time frame they could. And so I feel like it's pivotal to get us back comfortable in going to sleep. Put the bonnet on, get some good sleep, and be intentional about that bedroom space. And so ultimately, that's what this worksheet does for y'all. For real. If y'all got any questions about it, you can just follow me on at the B Flows. Be like, look, so what you say about the lavender, or what kind of colors, or what type of things can I do in my room to help me sleep more peacefully? And I can definitely assist with that.
Thank you, sis. I truly appreciate you as well for being here. You were also one of the first people who came to mind with this event because I trust Brooke with a lot of conversations that I do not trust a lot of people with. Like, she was one of my first safe spaces, especially in terms of just my spiritual side. And that's not an easy thing to come by for me. I don't trust a lot. But Brooke had a really pure energy and always has, and always keeps it a buck. I believe in our last conversation, she called me Suge Knight. She does not mind calling me out when I'm out of pocket. But I truly appreciate the kind and gentle soul that she is, because we all need a person like this. We all need this.
And I'm like, let me give you your flowers. Just gratitude. You set the tone. Okay. First of all, I love you completely. Because the things that you say I've helped you with spiritually, you've helped me with business. So I was like, okay, that's nice, but let's get the coin, sis. So I thank you for how you poured in, but also how you've set the tone just for Black women in general. And even with this year, like, okay, let's have this conversation, y'all, but it's going to be about accountability and y'all resting and y'all reclaiming y'all joy and stuff. And that's so important. So thank you, girl. Thank you.
You're welcome. I appreciate it. I feel like it was necessary. It was the only way I could really think off to the only thing I could think of to start the new year. Because like I said, there's a lot of people pouring a lot of things out here. It's just like, all right, let's get on our grind, like go get this money, like get this, get that. And some of us, I saw somebody post, I think it was yesterday, they were just like, I am not ready to circle back, because that was the last email a lot of people sent. Like, let's circle back in 2024. I'm not ready to circle back, y'all. Like, and I'm like, it's okay. I feel like it's okay if you're not ready to circle back. Maybe it's the time that you need to plant. You said this. What did you say in our very last conversation? I said I wanted to bring it up. You said, is this my season to work or is this my season to rest?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I've never thought about that. I've never thought about that. I've never thought about, is this my season to rest? Because I'm always in go mode. That's just me.
And
That's
even with New Year's Eve is so much work for Black folks because you got to clean everything, clean all your laundry, get the black eyed peas ready. And girl, you know, for the first New Year's Eve, New Year's Day in my life, now I did clean all the laundry. I ain't gonna lie. I was like, I'm not about to fold all of this. Not today. I'm how I start my year is how I finish it. I'm gonna fold it when I feel like it. I'm gonna kick my feet up for a minute, eat me some good black eyed peas, and just laugh with my children, and then I'll ease into doing a task. And that's how I do everything for the rest of the year.
I love this. I love this for our generation because a lot of people, we do hold on to our, superstitions and things like that. But I love that everybody is deciding to do life on their own terms. Like I started deep cleaning on Christmas Eve. It didn't have anything, or Christmas. It didn't have anything to do with the New Year. It was just like, I know we are bringing in a new year, but if this is here we go with a full moon, I'm like, it's time to release. Like, let's go ahead and get all of this old energy. I'm cleaning everything, window seals, baseboards, like
baseboard, exactly. Girl,
it's just the time for
as entrepreneurs, I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't want to hold it up, but it's like that's the biggest thing is that your entrepreneurship, your business goals, your ambitions being accomplished is directly connected to your spiritual and your emotional and your mental well-being. Yeah. So if you're not feeling good spiritually, it's going to show up in your business. If it's anxious, spiritually, it's going to show up in your business. So really taking time to like rest, to dream, to love, to have joy, to be liberated is only going to help your business excel authentically.
Wholeheartedly. I wholeheartedly agree. I definitely do. And I love, like I said, I love the direction that everybody's going in, and ate my salad on New Year's Day. I really do love that we are making these changes. And like I said, living life on our terms. So, Brooke, I appreciate you. I truly, truly appreciate you for showing up today and all the things, the motherhood, and you still showing up for other Black women. So, sis, you are truly appreciated. And I thank you. Let me know how I can support you in the future.
Thank you.
All right. I'm like, it's not the last one. This ain't the last one. Lorraine. I'm like, she over here typing. Can you hear me?
I didn't brought me in yet. I thought you were just talking. I'm like, hey, girl, look, let me finish up this email now.
No, you good. Look, everybody is multitasking right now at this point. I'm like, we've been here for hours, so I appreciate everybody for multitasking and balancing it all. And just grateful for y'all showing up. But Lorraine, first of all, Lorraine is like a lot of resources, y'all, especially on the Elevate Legally page. There's a whole library. If y'all need something to cook, she has a vegan cookbook, a vegetarian cookbook, and it has recipes. It's super detailed. I have access to it, but I haven't used it. But now that I just thought about it, I'm about to go back and get it so I can utilize it. But one of the really dope resources that she has for today is the Wheel of Life. And I just dropped that in the chat for y'all. So I'll move and let you break down what this is and how to utilize it.
Absolutely. Give thanks. So yes, the Wheel of Life is pretty much a tool that I use with my clients to help them assess and visualize different areas of their life, such as career, spirituality, recreation, relationships, all the things that are on there, for you to kind of determine your satisfaction or fulfillment in that particular area. And so one of the good things about this Wheel of Life is that it's visual, right? So once you've completed and fill it out, and I'll show you guys how to fill that out. Once you complete it, it allows you to quickly grasp like the balance or imbalance that you have in various areas of your life. So you're able to quickly decide which areas need attention and improvement. And then from there, after you've assessed each life area, you can set SMART goals. So for those of you who aren't familiar with SMART goals, that's an acronym, SMART, S-M-A-R-T, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. A lot of people talk about goal setting. It wasn't until I learned about this concept of SMART goals that I was finally able to be like, oh, okay, this is a very detailed goal. You know, it's very specific. I can measure it. I can determine, like, you know, put a deadline on it. It's relevant to what it is that I have going on right now in my life and all of these things. And so once you're able to finally like parse out your goal and hitting all of those SMART elements, it'll probably make it a lot easier for you. I know it has for me, a lot easier for you to even achieve them. So the other good thing about this wheel is that you'll be able to see what things you need to give a priority, right? Because not all areas of your life are equally important to everyone. I know for me, one of the first times I filled out the wheel, I was like, okay, so do I say that my relationship, like my intimate relationship, is like a 0 because I don't got a man? Or do I say it's a 10 because I'm also not checking for one, you know? So it's very much dependent on what it is, how you feel you are doing in that area specifically. So if you don't want one and your life is good because ain't nobody dusty ass son bothering you, go ahead and give yourself a 10 in that area. And it's just a good tool for self-reflection. You will probably be able to tell a little bit more about, you know, your values, your overall life satisfaction. And so the other great thing about this tool is you can revisit it, right? So I actually just bought a journal this year that has the Wheel of Life tool in it for every month. So I hadn't previously, I wasn't doing it every month, but I'm like, now that it's in there, I am definitely going to be doing this assessment for myself every month just to kind of see where I am, how I've come. And it'll kind of just help to keep me accountable. You can make adjustments to your goals and whatever your SMART goal and action steps are as you continue to go through it. And so how to use it, right? So as you can see, it has the different areas in there, and then it has the lines and the numbers, right? So you're going to scale yourself, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being needs the most improvement, 10 meaning it needs, you know, really pretty much you're good there, right? So you would put a dot on the line that corresponds to the number that you feel like you are for each area. And so when you're done, you want to connect those dots, right? And so what will happen is you're supposed to have a circle, kind of like the one that you see here. But a lot of times our life is not balanced, right? So you'll be able to see like, oh, okay, I'm a 10 on relationships and recreation, but my spirituality is on 2. So you end up with something rugged and jagged that does not look like a wheel, right? And so that lets you know what areas of your life you want to go ahead and spend some more time on so that that circle can be a little bit more rounded out. And so don't worry about like maybe your 3s all around, right? And so that's fine, because even though it's like, okay, I need to improve in all of these areas, at least you're equally yoked so that your circle is more balanced. So that's going to be your first step to completing the Wheel of Life. So I advise getting different color pens, and that's really because I'm like an office supply junkie, but it makes it look pretty and it gives a little bit more jazz and all that good stuff. And so after you've done that, just assess yourself in those different areas and have your circle, grab a different color pen, do the exercise again, but instead of asking how you feel about yourself in that area, ask how motivated are you to make a change in this area, right? And so that's going to help you decide what your priorities are. Like, okay, is this something I really want to work towards right now? And, you know, some things you may not want to. You may be like, okay, I'm going to put that on the back burner because it's not important to me right now. And so then you'll be able to have a visual of the things that you feel are the most important to you and that you are excited to actually start making steps to change that in your life. And then lastly, you're going to do that step again, but instead you're going to ask yourself, how much ownership or responsibility do I take in this area, right? And so that's really like, how much of this do you feel like is on you, right? And so be honest in this section, right? Because I remember I used to have a little trouble with it because it's like, oh, I know ultimately all things, I'm responsible for them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, we get it. But if you really, really, peel back some layers and get to it, you may feel like, oh, relationship, no, I'm not responsible for that. Because, look at the dating pool. Look what I got to work with. It's virtually nothing. So I'm not owning any of that because I didn't birth any of these Negroes. And so just be honest with that and look and see so that you're able to also determine which areas that you need to take a little bit more ownership and responsibility in, or vice versa, that will give you the inspiration and motivation to actually work on those things and maybe place those in priority because you're like, this is well within my control. This is something I can work on. And now you can start making those smart goals towards all of those things. So that is how you use the wheel. I hope you guys have some fun and excitement doing so and learning a little bit more about yourself.
As much as I've seen that wheel, I had no idea. I'm like, you know how you think you know how to use it, and it's just like, oh, like I would have abused this thing. Like I wouldn't have done what I needed to do with it. So I appreciate you breaking this down personally.
Absolutely.
But no, I thank you for being here today, showing up, because I feel like a lot of y'all are in like a restful state and just like like a Leslie pause. But y'all showing up today really, really means a lot. So I'm grateful to you as always for the conversations, for being a huge part of the inspiration behind this event, period. Because without that initial conversation that we had about burnout and not even recognizing that we were burnt out and like being here, it all comes together full circle. So I'm truly grateful for you, Lorraine. Is there anything else you want to add? Any final words you have for everybody?
Well, I guess I can tell you where to find me. Lawyer Mommy on Instagram. And definitely, so the panel was great. I've learned a lot from all the ladies that I've heard speak today. I would say for any last final words is to get your rest. Get your rest. So like saying, like we are on, like I feel like all of y'all are in rest mode. I'm like, I am. I just had 2 weeks off. My kids, I haven't seen them look in 2 weeks because they with their daddy. And it has been like, this is the first time it's been that long of a period of time. And so I have been taking full advantage. I had a list of things at first where I was like, oh, I'm gonna get this done, this done, because I don't have them. And then I was like, you know what? Actually, I'm about to Netflix and chill. I'm about to get to bed. I'm about to catch up with some homies, on the telephone. So like it was really, really exciting. But definitely you having this event at the beginning of the year. And as I'm ending, my rest time, this was perfectly aligned so that I could definitely get back to it. It gave me that little oomph of like, okay, we are entering a new season, a new year. And so it's time to get down. And I appreciated you having it for free. I'm like, you're the only person who can get me to do free events. This was a very, very near and dear to me as well. Just like you said, the conversation for sure. And then just me really stepping into, the wellness space from leaving the legal arena, even though I haven't left it fully yet. I found a way to make it work. Listen, can I tell my story? I'm not gonna hold y'all.
You can tell your story, but I don't care what you said. When I have legal problems, I'm calling you.
I know, because listen, you can still call me. Everybody cannot. Right. So because the website has been gone for like almost 2 years now. Honestly, like I thought I was done with practicing law. I'm like, these clients, this work, all of this, like y'all stress me out. Everything is stressful. Like I'm good. But after taking my year of just like self-care, look, I'm like gardening, cooking, working on me. And I did kind of start to get like, okay, I think I want to get back to work, and I realized that like I really do like the law. I enjoy the work. I enjoy helping people. I enjoy watching people's businesses grow and, from, idea to booming, like all of those things. But I just couldn't continue to do it the way in which I was doing it before, which was like, solo practitioner, having different people delegate certain stuff here. And it was just like, and I tell my clients this, that like entrepreneurship is not for everybody and it's not a bad thing. And even though I did entrepreneurship very well for about 6 years, I knew that it wasn't necessarily for me too, because I'm like, I like to do the work. I don't want a client interface. I don't want to be on social media, doing commercials all the time. Like, I'm not trying to learn accounting. I don't want to, and even though I was doing it for so long, I was like, this is not it. And so more recently, at the end of last year, I partnered with another law firm as like an of counsel position. And so now pretty much I get to just do the work. I don't deal with the clients. I don't have to, do all the work so I can eat what I kill and all of those things. And then I kept, a few select of my other clients from Funderburg Law to supplement that. But, they're the ones that don't stress me out. They're the ones that pay their bills on time. They're the ones that when they come, they really need some stuff done. And like, yes, all of that. So I say that to say, like, because a lot of times I think people think that once we've started on this journey, like we have to finish it because, all eyes are on me. People are looking, because I'd be lying if I told you I didn't think for a second people were going to be like, oh, so what happened? And then I was like, what? Think what you want, because a sis is blessed and rested over here. Okay. And so that's all that matters at the end of the day, is definitely do it your way and do what works for you. So that's my parting message.
And I'm gonna wholeheartedly agree with it. People think because they don't see you that you are not working. That is a fact. As if you have to show up on social media and you don't. And one of the things that we did talk about was how we ended up making more money when we did take the rest.
That part.
And that's the wildest part. To me, that'll be my wildest part of 2023. Like working, putting in all the work, doing all this and that. And in the moment, I really was just like, you know what? It's gonna get done on time. It's just not gonna get done right now. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna relax and take everything one day at a time, one step at a time. And then the invoices was just like flying. And I was just like, how crazy is that? Like, what are the chances that, it happens when I decided to just really take a step back and stop trying to force myself to like stay on to like, let's do this, do that, like put a million things on my plate. And it's just like, no, let's just make more time to be more intentional about life. And I feel like that's a part of creating space and making room for things to come to you. And one of the things I thought about over the past week was how we count the money. Like, you might say if you have like retainer clients or something like that, how much money is coming in. Like, or which clients, like, I'm going to work with you next month. And they're reliable. So here they come. And you can count that money. But I feel like what we always count out is the money we can't see. Like, what have you done in your life to make room for what you can't see? You have no idea who's coming. You have no idea who's coming to book with you, how many people are referring you to people or referring people to you, and how those relationships will blossom, if those people will become longtime clients or your higher paying clients. You just never know how things are going to happen. So don't always count what you can see. Just make room, because sometimes that unexpected is the blessing that you never knew you needed, that you never knew was coming. And I really feel like the more we get more intentional about our lives, the more we can make room for those things to happen and transpire in our life.
Ashe. Yes.
I thank you, Lorraine. I appreciate you. And I will
thank you for hosting this. I know everyone who is here has definitely gotten some value, because I'm like, I know I have. And am I getting everybody else's freebies too? Because I would like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sending everybody's freebies out. I'll send them out in an email. I dropped them in the chat, but I'll be sending them out in an email after this ends. So I'll make sure you'll be good. I got you.
Thanks. Okay, all right. Have a good one.
All right. So the last part of this planning session, my good sis, I'm bringing you back to the stage. I don't know if you're ready. Oh, there you go.
I'm ready.
Okay. This Cartagena trip, y'all, and I was joking about it when we talked about the Uno earlier, because that was one of the Alicia's, the O experience, that was one of the experiences that, taught me just how rough LaToya can be when it comes to, how scarred I am now. No, this was one of the most beautiful experiences that I had. if you saw my reel from Costa Rica last year, that was with this phenomenal being and her putting something together. And it was the experience, an experience I've never had before, meeting up with women I had never met a day in my life, not in person, except Alicia. We had met maybe twice before then, and not even for like a long time. And I found myself in a situation where I would typically be uncomfortable, but I had never felt so comfortable just being around Black women and relaxing for like 4 days straight and talking about like learning it through workshops, just talking about life and what we truly desire. And even like Latoya mentioned earlier, like she said she knew something was coming. It's like we really had some deep conversations, and the accommodations, my God. Like, you know, we had bedrooms left over. Like it was the nicest villa, beachside, personal chef. Alicia delivers with the experiences. So I'm going to move and let you explain what this is. So if y'all want to experience it, I really say if there's something you feel like you need to do or you really want to travel in 2024, make a way. Don't start overthinking about, you know, whether or not you can afford it. Believe you can afford it. Make it happen, because I feel like this is an experience that every Black woman deserves. So I'm going.
So as I said, one of my biggest things is creating safe spaces for us and allowing us to just be and not have to do anything else. So this trip is a trip that I actually planned before COVID happened and sold out. And then I'm like, oh, here's COVID. So I wanted to try again with clients. So this trip is going to be from June 13th through the 18th. If you go to the next slide, please. And what this trip is, honestly, is for women who are ready to embark on, or who have embarked on a healing journey and really are just ready to have genuine relationships with other women and to celebrate the joy and success. And I know sometimes when we are in relationships with others, like we talked about earlier, if we don't feel like their joy is our joy, then we don't want to share. But on this trip, we are sharing. We don't do humble. And you want to uplift and support and be able to be in an environment where that's happening continuously and sharing that journey with like-minded women, and then being open to new possibilities, growth, adventure, and connection. That's me, y'all. That's me. That's my work. But you can go to the next one. That is my work. And this is the villa that we're going to stay in. I am excited about this because I love communal eating. I don't like to be just one person next to, and I want everyone to be together. The pool is where we're actually going to be doing our photo shoots, part of it. You can keep going. And this is our space. If you need to decompress, this is on top. This is a rooftop, because I understand that there are times, even for myself, where I just need a moment to myself by myself. So that's where these spaces are going to come in. And you can go to the next one, please. And what's included: 2 excursions, transportation to and from where we're going, boudoir experience, of course, 2 full days of workshops, all meals, because I am a big foodie, so we definitely have a private chef, and then a one-on-one with workshop facilitators. And we're about to go into what's not included is the flights, travel. I always say get travel insurance, because you never know. Medical insurance, COVID testing. Right now, we'll see what happens with some of these places, but vaccinations, personal expenses, and gratuities. And then these are the accommodations. So we have 3 king suites. So if you're a person who's like, I don't want to share with anybody, you can do that. We have 3 of those available. And then the queen shared suites, we actually have 1 person who paid in full. So we still have 5 of those spaces available. So this is exactly what they look like. So you'll have your own little space, your own queen bed. So you don't have to worry about being on top of somebody. And the workshops are what I am extremely excited about. So I took that picture. This is my good sister who I talked about earlier, Camilla Davis, and she is a sexual freedom and intimacy coach. And she's going to take you through, if you think that what I'm saying is giving you what you need, she is the person that taught me. So she talks about sensuality and how it can improve your life in a way where you have growth because you are tapping into that sense of yourself. And she's going to teach us how to do that. And the next person, who is someone who I've been working with since 2017, she is before I make any life decisions, like big decisions with business, life, anything, she is this person I go to. So she is doing our spirituality workshop, and each person will actually have their time to sit with Coco and go through everything that you need. If it's love, if it's business, if it's personal, she's going to take you and direct you through that and tell you what is what. She is, as I said, the person who told me to quit my job, the person who told me I was going to be traveling. All of these things she told me 2 years ago, and they've started happening. So she is that person that I go to for that. Next slide, please. And then for me, you'll be doing the boudoir experience for me. That's Latoya right there. And what this will be is 30 minutes. You will have 5 high-end retouched digital images, so they'll look just like you see there. And then access to the Luxe robe, which is the same robe you see there. And one thing that I do is I give out a questionnaire because I want to know what your lingerie sizes are. Each person will have their own lingerie that they will be wearing. And then you will be able to choose a location in the villa to take your pictures. It doesn't have to be outside. If you want to do it inside in your space, you are more than welcome to do that as well. And the investment. So the investment is for the single suite. It is $4,000 per person. And just breaks that down. And then for the shared suite is again $3,500 per person. The retainer to actually get in, I am doing a discount, so it's $250 just to put your deposit down. And this information just takes you through the process of how to do it. Now, I am all about community. So there is an application because I feel that if you are putting your hard-earned money into my hands, I want to invest in making this experience as pleasurable as possible. So the application is a really short application, but it's just asking you who you are. Why is sisterhood so important to you? Have you traveled before? Have you traveled outside the country before? And it just gives you a few different details of what's supposed to happen for the trip, but it gives you an outline and me an outline of who you are as a person. Because again, this trip is for people who are ready to take it to the next level, but also who are genuinely vested in other people in their joy. I think that's all I had. Oh, and that information just says how to get in touch with me. But that's all I got. And if you have any questions, please feel free to email me as well. I'm about to say, you just looking?
Like a proud auntie again, you know. And I was looking at the villa. I was like, that actually reminded me, especially the rooftop piece. It kind of reminded me of Costa Rica because we were on the second floor with those beautiful staircases that lead down to the pool, and just kind of overlooking the water, like seeing volcanoes in the distance. And I don't know, on a private.
The monkeys.
And then the beautiful thing, everybody had their own private bathroom too. So I'm like, and that was a really dope thing because, you know, when we go on trips, sometimes used to sharing bathrooms with people and whatnot. And I know people don't mind, but I was like, that was really dope. Everybody really had their own personal space. So you weren't put in an uncomfortable situation with other people. But this, I highly recommend it. If you really plan on traveling, especially internationally for this year, I'm going to tell you to go on this trip because I know it's worth every single day. Honestly, I don't think there's a price you can put on it when you really think about what you get in return, especially after the conversation that you'll probably have. And I don't know, the moments of realization and like healing, because y'all got on my ass. Y'all got on me.
We did.
Y'all did. It's okay. You know?
But we did it. I think that's the one thing about these trips is that you do it in a way where you have access to people who've done it before. And so it's not like you're learning new things that everybody is learning. It's like, no, everyone has their story to share. Like I said, there's no shame in telling your story. That's how you can actually tell it. So yeah. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you, sis. Thank you. Is there anything else you want to drop before?
I think what I'll do also is one, say thank you. And I say you because you know how you always talk about me with my yous. So I do. I think if you don't know, I'm from Baltimore, but I appreciate holding space for us and putting these things on and asking me to be a part of it. Because for me, one of my goals I said this year is just community. It's community and connection. And you do that all the time. So I'm just excited that I get to share this space with you because, you know, I love you, girl. But yeah. Oh, and I'm gonna put this in the chat. This is my other. I can't even spell because I'm hungry. I'm gonna.
Girl. No
So
breakfast.
this is. Let me see if it'll go. Okay. So I have my own separate business, which is aliciahaskett.com, which is outside of O Experience, but it is again making sure that people understand in our business why it's important to shoot Black women and why it's important to capture us how you're supposed to, and just giving you space. I wrote a workbook journal that is my story about getting, and she's read it, getting through trauma and understanding from divorce and loss, and what does that look like and how you can get through that. And it's a workbook journal, it's digital, so you'll be able to fill in those parts of yourself, especially about boundary making. Boundary making is something that I wholeheartedly believe that everyone should have access to the right way to do a boundary. So that is on that page as well on my website, aliciahaskett.com. That's all I got.
Thank you, sis. I
Appreciate
truly
you.
love and appreciate you. Well, y'all, that wraps up the state of alignment. I really, really hope this was the space that you needed it to be. Of all the things, I'm like, I know we curated it with a specific purpose and mission in mind, but honestly, that's what I hope it is. At the end of the day, that this was the space that you needed. And I hope that you found some of the women that you needed in this year, be it for the boudoir experiences or the travel experiences, the healing, the counseling and therapy. All of these beautiful Black women are here for you, and Black Women Hustle is here for you. And we are not, like we're not a wellness community, but we do want to emphasize this year that Black women prioritize their wellness and their well-being while they are out here doing what they do. And like I said, everybody's hustle looks different. Everybody's built different. But I want you to acknowledge where you stand in life, acknowledge what you truly want out of life, and stop sacrificing so much in order to get the life that you want, because it does not require all of that. You can have the booming business and you can have a healthy lifestyle too. It's all up to you. You have complete control of your life. You get to decide. I think I just posted about it recently. You decide what the responsibilities are, how much responsibility you want to take. You set the expectations, the boundaries, the deadlines, all of it. It's up to you. So do not overload your plate. Recognize when it is being overloaded. Recognize when you are burning out, when you feel like you've been going and you haven't even checked in with yourself yet to see how you feel about what's transpiring in your life. And ask for help or delegate. Shout out to Bernadette. Delegate. And that's not just in business, in your personal life too. If you have a partner or if you share space with someone and you feel like there needs to be more responsibility shared among your household, or with whatever it is that's happening, ask, or just make it happen. Make it happen, and get what you need out of this life, because life is short. And it's one thing that life has taught me, especially over the past few years, that life is so short and so precious. And I want Black women to experience the longevity that we deserve. I want us to have the happiness we deserve, the spaces we deserve, the community we deserve. If you do not have a community, if you feel like you have no one, excuse me, especially when it comes to trying to grow your business or having putting those ideas out there, this community is always here for you. And the women like the ones you've seen today are the only type of women I like to associate myself with, those who truly believe in pouring into and uplifting Black women. So I hope this has been of value to you. If you are not connected with us, of course, on social media at Black Women Hustle, but also go to BlkWomenHustle.app and get on the Black Women Hustle app and utilize it. If you have opportunities, anything you want to share from business to personal, there's a social media feed. There's an opportunity or collaborations thread for you to share your opportunities, events. If you're looking for opportunities, or if you just want to share them, if you have events coming up, if you need volunteers, or there's just a podcast and you need some guests, or you have a blog and you're looking for writers, anything, it doesn't matter what it is. This space is created for you. And we will do our best to create more spaces like this one in particular, because I really want you to know that you deserve this type of community. You truly do. And I hope you believe that. So I thank y'all for being here. Thank you for just engaging the way that you have, for staying here for the past 4 hours. I'm truly, truly grateful. And I hope to see all of y'all succeed in 2024 and beyond. So thank y'all.